we sign on right now?
Let me ask you a question. Did you get permission from your boss?
Why don't we sign on right now?
Did your boss, Donald Trump?
You can easily extend the ACA right now.
Did your boss, Donald Trump, give you permission? Yes, he is.
No, he's not. And by the way,
so let me ask you a
why
question.
did you vote to shut the government down? Why did you vote to shut it down?
Let me ask you a question.
For years, you always lectured about how we need to keep the government open.
You're making a show of this to make yourself relevant.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed. I am not asking your newspapers to support an administration, but I am asking your help in the tremendous task of informing and alerting the American people.
All we say to America is be true to what you said on paper. If I lived in China or even Russia or any totalitarian country, maybe I could understand some of these illegal injunctions. Maybe I could understand the denial of certain basic First Amendment privileges because they haven't committed themselves to that over there. But somewhere I read of the freedom of assembly. Somewhere I read of the freedom of speech. Somewhere I read of the freedom of press. Somewhere I read that the greatness of America is the right to protest far right. And so just as I say we aren't going to let any dogs or water hoses turn us around, we aren't going to let any injunction turn us around. Well, I don't know what will happen now. We've got some difficult days ahead. But it really doesn't matter with me now because I've been to the mountaintop. I don't mind. Like anybody, I would like to live a long life. Longevity has its place. But I'm not concerned about that now. I just want to do God's will. And He's allowed me to go up to the mountain. And I've looked over and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. So I'm happy tonight. I'm not worried about anything. I'm not fearing any man. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord.
surprising. I built a rock for me and my sleek black cat man. What was I thinking about when I crashed last night? Oh yeah, turn on the gas, don't forget to switch off the lights. That's alright, 'cause I'm a lazy son and I'm hot. Oh yeah. Don't mind me, 'cause I'm a lazy son. You can like it or not. Yeah, I'm guessing not.
Are you ready? Because it's coming. Because once these right here shut down all the way, then there's no more leaving. And when you can't leave, you can't run. See, because we have, military along the borders. And you're not going to be able to escape through those. And once all of the airports are shut down, well, you're not going anywhere there either. And when all the airports are shut down, then the only thing in the skies, well, it's going to be the military. And we already see the distribution of the National Guard through a handful of states. So if you're on the naughty list, you old greasy, dirty, swampy politicians, well, I hope you're ready, because they're coming. It's about to get fun.
Morning Schumann Resonance Update, October 9th, 2025. 7:11 a.m. Eastern Power, 1992. Well, look, who woke up before their coffee again? Mother Earth. Tomska's throwing another electric tantrum and pretending it's a yoga session. That bright white column hitting around 15 UTC looks less like a data reading and more like the planet just said, clear the cache. Here is what we got. October 7th came in like a cosmic boombox, blasting pure white frequencies across the board. You could practically hear the bzzz through the ether. That was followed by October 8th, which decided to remix the track with some colorful turbulence. Not quite as intense, but still enough to scramble your sleep cycle and make you question reality while brushing your teeth. Now October 9th strolls in like hold my magnetosphere. The board lights up again around the midday hours in Tomsk with power peaking at 1992. That is not just a spike, that is a planetary mic drop. If your ears are ringing, if your emotions feel like they replaying hopscotch, or if you suddenly reorganized your closet at 3 a.m., congratulations, you just synced with the field. Energetic translation, your body is basically a Wi-Fi router, and today Earth boosted the bandwidth. You might feel spaced out, emotional, or suddenly brilliant depending on what tab of consciousness you left open overnight. Drink water, ground yourself, and try not to pick fights with your toaster. The Schumann is recalibrating neural frequencies, so every overreaction today is really just your nervous system buffering. Solar and cosmic gossip. Solar winds are flirting with the upper atmosphere again, enough to make the geomagnetic field twitch. Nothing too wild, but combined with the Schumann pulse, it's like the planet just updated to version 2025. 9. Expect flashes of insight, random goosebumps, deja vu, and those why am I crying at this commercial moments. The vibe energy feels like that weird zone between exhaustion and revelation. 1 minute you were ready to nap, the next you reconvinced Yukon, re-downloading ancient Atlantean wisdom through your spine. That's normal. Breathe through it and remember the frequency isn't out to get you, it's out to align you. Today's takeaway: you're not broken, you're buffering. You're not lazy, you're upgrading. You're not crazy, you're resonating. Earth-S playing DJ again, spinning frequencies through every human nervous system on the planet, and you re-part of the set list. Tune in, hydrate, laugh at the weirdness, and let your molecules dance. It's a 1992 kind of morning and the beat just dropped.
Amazing. I've never seen anything. It's so good for Israel. I spoke to Bibi Netanyahu just a little while ago. He called. He said, I can't believe it. He said, everybody's liking me now. Meaning him. He said, I said, more importantly, they're loving Israel again. And they really are. I said, Israel cannot fight the world, Bibi. They can't fight the world. And he understands that very well. So it's amazing the way it's all come together. And it's a beautiful picture. I don't know if it could ever happen again. It was just a set of circumstances.
I don't know if you heard, Governor, but President Trump just called you a slob and a fat pig. He said your name is J.B. Porkster and mentioned you're just a fatter, uglier version of Rosie O'Donnell, if that's even possible. What is your reaction to these statements made by the president, Governor?
Well, first of all, there's nothing wrong with being a fat, woke piece of shit like me. Most Democrats are fat, woke pieces of shit, just like me. So I don't feel like I'm alone in being a fat, woke piece of shit. Every single Democrat out here protesting, smelling like hobos, ugly as fuck like Rosie O'Donnell, blue hair and shit, they're all Democrats and they're all fat, woke pieces of shit, just like me. So yes, President Trump, I am a woke, fat piece of Democrat shit. Thank you.
Chicago's a mess. You have an incompetent mayor, grossly incompetent. We have a governor that refuses to admit he has problems. Everybody knows how bad it is. This open borders nightmare flooded our country with fentanyl and with people that shouldn't be here, some of the worst people on earth, and illicit drugs decimated American communities and left us with the largest law enforcement challenge in our country's history.
Residents say they have had enough.
We need to invite President Trump in. We invite the National Guard in. You know, we've had 254 deaths in 233 days. And for anyone in our community to say people are safe, that is an outright lie.
They need help badly. Chicago desperately needs help. We don't want to lose Chicago. We're going to lose Chicago. We want to save these places. We're going to lose it. We're not going to allow this kind of savagery to destroy our society anymore. We're stopping it, doing one by one.
Updated information. You ready? Folks, there is a very serious dispute going on right now about what the role of locals versus Secret Service were. Now, let's clarify the terminology so we're not talking past each other. When I say local law enforcement, I'm not talking specifically about Butler County, Pennsylvania. I'm talking about anyone not Secret Service who was a LEO, law enforcement officer. Are we clear on that? I just want to make sure, because I don't want you to think I'm throwing anyone under the bus. I'm just telling you what sources are telling me. Locals could be state police. Locals could be Philadelphia police. Locals could be Butler County, PA, okay? There is a serious dispute right now going on with the Secret Service. The Secret Service knows that there were some lapses on the side of locals. There were. Time out. The secrets, it's the Secret Service's fault it's their job to secure the president's life. I get that, period. They do have local partners, however.
We do have a Fox News alert. Donald Trump, the peacemaker, strikes again. President Trump announcing moments ago on Truth Social that Israel and Hamas have both signed off on the first phase of a peace plan. This means that all of the hostages will be released very soon, and Israel will withdraw their troops to an agreed-upon line as the first steps toward a strong, durable, and everlasting peace.
Then, I was in Israel. I went multiple times, and I did not like the fact that I found someone in my room rooting around in my stuff that should not have been there at the King David Hotel when I came back to my room when no one was expecting me to be back in my room. And I just
presumably Israeli law enforcement.
I don't know who it was. I just thought, this is weird. All of these things combined are odd, and then the policy outgrowth seems to be an obsession about the Middle East that has not served my generation well. I just don't think we're good at it. And that is not a criticism even of Israel. We've been talking about Syria. We had battles in Syria where forces funded by the Pentagon were fighting forces funded by the CIA. If you just wait long enough in Syria, whoever you're giving money to becomes the enemy, and whoever you're fighting becomes your friend. And I think that increasingly Israel views the world this way. There used to be two dominant capital markets in the world, New York and London. And Israel felt like they were very comfortable under that dynamic. And now we live in this world where the most important capital markets are in Riyadh and Abu Dhabi and Dubai and Doha. And I don't love that. I didn't cause that to happen. But I believe Netanyahu is trying to externalize his conflict. I believe he has serious domestic problems. And the way around those problems is to just sort of send the Middle East awash in chaos and regime change and maybe some war migrants moving around. And if all of that happens, then there will be a reversion to the mean. London and New York will run things again, and we won't have to deal with the pesky emergence of these Arab markets.
If I could follow.
You've been amazing. You've been brave. You're real patriots. You're real patriots. And at some point, we're going to have to look into, at least in certain cases, rewarding you with some very important medals and honors, okay, as we have done and will be doing with Charlie Kirk. Charlie is getting the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which is our highest award outside of the Congressional Medal of Honor. And I think they're sort of even. One's civilian and one's military. But unfortunately, the civilian sometimes is military also because of what we have to go through on the streets of this country. I can only tell you this. We have a great nation.
And they're being gotten, and a lot of things are happening right now. As we speak, so much is happening to get the hostages freed. And we think they'll all be coming back on Monday. So it looks like that's the thing. And that'll include the bodies of the dead. And, the parents that I talked to so many of them, but the parents are almost more intent, but equally intent is getting in just about all cases, their son's body back than they are as though the young man was alive. It's just the same intensity. They want their baby's body back. That's what one woman said. I want my baby's body back. And, the son is 25, 26 years old. So that's a very big part of it, getting all of it's about 28. The number is 28 will be coming back, but unfortunately dead.
At least some people say we shouldn't have them in there to begin with, but
I don't even take it all that seriously when people scream in my face. I certainly don't take it that seriously when they scream at me across several oceans.
So an Islamist, Shia Islamist screams "Death to America," and you're not taking that threat seriously.
We just welcomed the leader.
You know what I took seriously? You know what I took seriously? Their intercontinental ballistic missile program. And when they abandoned it in 2013, I took them considerably less seriously. I actually take the North Koreans a lot more seriously because they have a delivery mechanism. They have a re-entry vehicle. Even if Iran had a ballistic missile that could shoot at us, they don't have a re-entry vehicle to get a warhead back into the atmosphere. And so, when I look at their kind of chants and their naughty talk toward us, it just means less to me.
What about a guy?
I'm starting to see a pattern of behavior similar to what my grandparents saw in 1930.
This is an actual group chat, which happened 2 days before Charlie Kirk was assassinated.
I first want to say the reason I didn't share that screen grab publicly is because it was a private exchange. because it happened really quick. It took 33 hours for authorities to get their suspect. And in those first moments, we wanted no stone unturned. We wanted to leave nothing unturned. So I shared it with a few people and released by Camp Sowens. And I just want to address it head on because, that was a screen grab that I had shared. I didn't share that screen grab publicly because it was a private exchange. I wanted to leave nothing unturned. So I shared it with a few people.
So, there was some of the people in the business talking about ticketing that when President Trump did that executive order with me in the Oval Office, that these know-it-alls out in California were like, oh, they're just showboating, really did nothing. What he did was he ordered the FTC and the Department of Justice to go investigate, see what the hell's going on with ticketing. Well, guess what? They investigated. And what happened? They filed a fucking lawsuit against Ticketmaster. Because clearly they found out that those motherfuckers are crooks, and they've been crooks for decades, fucking over the public, fucking over artists. Now somehow, can I flip this phone around? Somehow I got one of these world orbs. And that proves you're a human. Comes with an app, world app. You download it. It's proof of humanity. This thing would cut the bots out, cut the scalpers out immediately. Somehow I got one in my fucking house. But the ticketing companies can't figure this out. You know why? Because every time, if you buy a ticket and go to a concert, you are their worst customer. They want that ticket to resell on their own platform so they can fuck everybody twice. They get the service charges, they get another, 17% or something, on top of all the other horse shit they're dicking you around with. So like I said from the beginning, I don't know if breaking Ticketmaster up solves the problem. I'm not sure if this orb solves it, but it's a step in the right direction. I know this. None of the ticketing companies are using it. Somehow I got one in my fucking house. But they can't figure it out. They're full of shit. They could have stopped the bots years ago. They could have fixed this fucking problem, and they haven't because they're greedy fucks. So I hope they all go down personally, right to the fucking bottom. Fuck them. And I hope we can figure out ticketing so us as artists, when we set a price, we can get the tickets into the hands of the fans at the prices we set. And I know that's not really I'm a capitalist to the bone, and there's some questions there, but these bad actors and other all the ticketing companies, and they're not even scalpers, brokers, whatever you want to call them, they've hid behind the disguise of capitalism for years. Fuck them. This is one that we need some regulations on, either a price cap. I'd say 10%. You can't resell a ticket for 10%, 15% like they do in some European countries. Or use this proof of human thing. Whatever it takes. I shouldn't be the one to figure it out. These motherfuckers should, but they haven't. They've raped us for fucking years. Fuck them. I hope they all go down. But really what I hope for is we can fix ticketing for the fans. And by the way, they've been fucking the artists too, but I'm kind of second in that equation. I want the fans to be able to go to a show at the prices I set for my tickets, and most artists do. We'll see if any other artists get on board, by the way, with this lawsuit, and their management, if they want to talk and tell them about the bullshit that's going on for decades. A lot of them will puss out. Straight up pussies. All these outlaw country singers. They'll be a bunch of fucking pussies. When they should speak up for their fans. Let's see if Pearl Jam steps up. They wanted to fix ticketing years ago. They probably won't, because they'll be like, oh, we hate Donald Trump. We have Trump derangement syndrome. All these other presidents could have fucking done something. Bush, Obama, Clinton. They didn't do shit. Nobody has. Trump does. Trump is. We are. So, call in your bluffs right now. Let's see what happens. Rock on.
Mentally ill. Man, fuck Fauci. of America.
And years, it's been heartache for many years. A lot of people say this is a deal for 3,000 years. So whether you say 500, because some people say 500 based on events, but other people say this is something historic for 3,000 years. There's nothing ever going to be bigger than this. And so Gaza, we believe, is going to be a much safer place, and it's going to be a place that reconstructs, and other countries in the area will help it reconstruct because they have tremendous amounts of wealth. And they want to see that happen. And we'll be involved in helping them make it successful and helping it stay peaceful. But I think it's going to be peaceful. I think, again, the Iran situation was very important, doing what we had to do, which was, again, 22 years. It was planned to be done, and no other president wanted to do it or whatever, for whatever reason, but they didn't do it. And having that was very important. But I'm very confident there'll be peace in the Middle East. I mean, the words peace in the Middle East is something people have been striving for hundreds of years, for centuries, for many centuries. And we really have, every country has come together.
We have a need for 500,000 electricians right now. We do not need more sociologists. Parents believe, and they're being kind of taught, hey, you have to send your kid to four-year college, to go borrow money they don't have, to study things that don't matter, to find jobs that do not exist. And there is a massive trades deficit right now in this country. We know that there is, those of you that are in the trades and that run these companies, you are treated as if you are stupid and you are dumb because you don't have that four-year degree on your wall when you walk in. I will trust the wisdom of a roofer well above that of a PhD from Harvard any day in this country. Okay, they might not know every single little fact, but you know what? The roofer could tell you what a woman is. People look at these last couple elections and they say, well, what is dividing the country? Is it right versus left? It's actually more elitism versus the working class. It's people that talk from a very elitist ivory tower and try to talk down to a population that has not seen their wages always go up, that are seeing things get more expensive, and they're told that they're dumb and they're stupid just because they did not go to a small subset of universities and colleges. And in fact, not only is it wrong, but it's 180 degrees opposite of what we should be doing. We should be celebrating the trades to our 7th graders, our 8th graders, our freshmen in high school. We should be lifting up the idea that if you are able to change a tire and be a mechanic, that is an admirable thing. Not only is it important, but it is something that is so rare and exceptional because we have an oversupply right now of the college credentialed class. And you all saw them this morning when you ordered your macchiato at Starbucks. You know exactly what I'm talking about. They all have college degrees. We've bought into a lie as a society that the only way to success is to go into debt and go study something that is just abstract and doesn't matter, but that there's something wrong or there's something dirty if you have to sweat when you go to work. And when we think about it, those are the jobs and the professions that built America into the greatest country ever to exist in the history of the world.
The Last Dance.
Were never meant to see.
Most people think the sun is a burning ball in space. But what if I told you it's not real. Beneath us, at the center of the earth, lies the black sun, a powerful, unseen core, spinning, pulsing, breathing. This black sun generates ether energy, the life force of the realm. It spirals upward through the polar north, through the axis mundi, the world tree, the celestial pole. When this energy hits the celestial dome, it splits. The plus positive charge refracts and forms the sun. The negative charge forms the moon. But they're not physical objects. They are plasma manifestations, energy reacting with the firmament. That's why the moon isn't reflecting light. It's emitting it. It glows with a cold, silvery luminescence. Plasma X-ray field, showing transparency, depth, and even hidden landforms beneath. The sun burns bright because of focused energy. The moon phases change as the black sun coils inward and outward like a circle. When the energy overlaps or cancels, you get crescents, full moons, or new moons, and the stars. They're standing waves of ether dancing across the day. Unique energetic signatures like cymatic patterns, each fixed in its own toroidal field, projected by the black sun. You've been taught to look up for answers, but the truth is, everything above is a mirror of what lies below. This is for entertainment purposes only.
You have to wake up! I have so much to show you! Stop resisting!
Humans were.
If these are not ships coming in, then I don't know what to tell you. I can't help you don't understand. This was last night, between 2:30 and 4 o'clock, a giant drove of ships come in with interference. You can go check the UTC time, go back to 2:30 UTC time, and start watching until 4 o'clock. And you will see this massive wave of objects and ships come into your atmosphere. This is undeniable. Something's coming in. Listen to this. This is undeniable. Something is causing this. Something is causing this signal to come into our planet. Think it's them? I think it's them causing it. Yeah, that's a normal meteor signature, let me tell you. So, not really. Get it? Look at them coming in. Look at them. Look at them coming in. This was last night, people, from 2:30 until 4 o'clock. They just kept coming into the atmosphere. And as soon as they're gone, all the interference goes away at 4 o'clock. You can go all the way to 4 o'clock, and you can see that all this goes away as soon as all them come in. Satellites and stuff are not going to cause this, people. Satellites don't do this to this. They're not even close. Satellites are going this way, not coming down. Y'all need to wake up. Stuff's coming in. This is 2:30 to 4 o'clock UTC time last night. You can go look. They're coming in.
Касается ситуации на Ближнем Востоке, то на фоне гуманитарной трагедии и катастрофы в секторе Газа идет активный поиск вариантов прекращения палестино-израильского конфликта. Президент Трамп выдвинул известные инициативы, и, как вы видели, Россия их практически сразу же поддержала. Мы видим, что сейчас происходит. Вот достигнуто по информации из средств, из СМИ, окончательные решения. Мы очень надеемся на то, что эти инициативы президента США будут на самом деле на практике реализованы. Эта инициатива с самого начала была в целом позитивно воспринята и в арабском и в целом исламском мире. Главное, чтобы, повторяю еще раз, это было все реализовано. Подчеркну, Россия всегда исходила и исходит из того, что решить проблемы ближневосточного региона можно лишь политико-дипломатическими средствами. И мы, естественно, готовы поддержать любые мирные усилия, направленные на то, чтобы остановить кровопролитие и принести спокойствие в этот регион. Думаю, что вы согласитесь со мной. Это была позиция еще Советского Союза, и так по наследству она досталась всем республикам бывшего СССР. Мы считаем, что главным непременным условием для долгосрочной стабилизации и решения всех вопросов, связанных с этой трудной проблемой, главным условием является создание независимого палестинского государства.
I've talked to these people that are in this industry firsthand. This is what they said. They're the ones who have looked at the data. The experts have looked at the data. This is what they're saying. This is not my opinion. This is their factual numbers, factual statements that they've made. Nothing I said is my opinion.
Understandable.
I can tell you this much. Nobody hits the bottom. Right now there's only a bottom. It'll go down to here shortly it'll only go so low at the moment. And at that bottom, it will become unobtainium. And as it goes up, you'll think, well, I'll just catch it next time it gets down lower and I'll get it. Well, it's going to be in a little bit of a mini short squeeze itself and before it reaches the next level. And silver is going to become unobtainium, a metal you cannot get a hold of because they all have to get it. So it's going to change from silver to unobtainium. And it is a strategic metal. And more people know that today than the people I talked to 20 years ago about it, because I've been telling people for a long time this information and nobody would listen. But now there's a whole lot more people that know exactly what I'm talking about, but not every last one of them heard it from me, that's for sure. But they did get educated on it by somebody. The word is getting out on what's going on, and it's not nobody's saying this about gold. Nobody's saying it about gold. They're all saying it about silver, though. That's the leading experts that are in the mining business. Now, if you have a gold mining, they have a gold mine, there still needs to be X amount of gold taken out, and they're pushing their mine, blah blah. But that's to be expected. But if they're neutral and they're in the mining business, they know that silver is extremely undervalued for what it really is and the uses, and they're all talking silver, they're not talking gold.
Thank you.
Here's an interesting question, Michael. In the Great Awakening, will there even be a stock market in the way that we know it today?
Not even close, number one, because the stock market is now owned by Donald Trump and basically the U.S. Taxpayers in the Treasury, because they are part of all the companies that interfered in the election and broke Executive Order 13848 that was signed on 9/12/2018 that had a 3-year window and expired while Biden was president. No, it didn't. No. Oh, Biden extended it for a year. What do you know? So that's because Biden's dead and Trump's running the show. So that law right there says that if you worked with a foreign country or a foreign entity to steal this election, I'm taking all your shit. Just to keep it short. I want to go through all the Nuremberg crap, what the law is really called and all that. People have heard me say it before. And they all interfered.
I need y'all to listen. And I mean really listen, okay? What just came out of Bibb County, Alabama ain't just a scandal, okay? It's not just some news story. This is a glimpse of what absolute hell on earth looks like. Children, precious, sweet angels, just babies. Some of them as young as 3 years old. 3. Drugged, tied up, and locked in an underground bunker. I don't even have to spell out what these kids went through. And if your stomach ain't turning yet, you ain't human. And the worst part about this, for some of these babies, this is all they've ever known. That was their life. That was their bedtime story. That was their reality. And the system wants us to just sit back and let these people have their day in court. Nah, absolutely not. And I'm going to lay this out very simple for all of y'all. You violate a child, you forfeit your rights. You don't get a defense. You don't get protection. You get a pine box and a one-way ticket to go meet your maker. I say we kick it old school. Run it all the way back. Public square. Full crowd. Let the people who still have souls show you what justice looks like. Children are the closest thing to God we will ever touch in our life. And you want to come in and try to corrupt that kind of purity? Then baby, you better start praying that hell's got a VIP room with your name on it. Because if it was up to some of us, hey, you wouldn't see another sunrise. You hurt a child? You don't deserve prison. You deserve to be remembered as the example. And I'll tell you this right now, not one singular person will mourn the day that your lights go out. I'll leave it at that.
What's up, America? Wisconsin state senator hits and kills a mom and kid in a car accident, and then they go and attack the father. So a couple of years ago, a Wisconsin state senator named Janet Bewley was involved in a car accident where she killed a 5-year-old girl and the mother. Now, this took place a couple of years ago, but the behavior of the state senator that followed was very fucking disturbing. By the way, she's a Democrat state senator, and she's still in office right now. So this is Wisconsin state senator Janet Bewley. The day before she hit and killed a mother and child, she had had cataract surgery. Now, everybody in the entire state gets a restriction where you're not allowed to drive for 24 to 48 hours, but apparently she was exempt. And when I mean exempt, she was the first person in the state to not receive that restriction. Funny how that happened after the fact also. She was on several types of medications according to doctors, but during the investigation and after, the toxicology reports simply were not included. On top of that, it's being reported that when the accident happened, she was on the phone conducting an interview while the accident was happening. So she couldn't see properly, more than likely was fucked up, and also on the phone. Now, the father never really found out that it was a state senator. A family member had to tell him that it was a state senator that hit the kid and mother and killed them because a news report came out with it before he was notified. And on top of that, there's some evidence that authorities and the police kind of hid that information and hid all this shit to protect the state senator. So the lawyers for the senator started threatening the father after the fact also, because he was telling his story to the news and on social media. So the lawyers for the senator, the Democrat Senator Bewley, reached out to the grieving father to tell him, shut up or we're going to sue you. On top of that, Senator Bewley Bewley never said once that she was sorry, only went into PR mode to protect her reputation and her image. Like I said, she's still a state senator right now in Wisconsin. That's what kind of Democrats they have up there, apparently in Wisconsin. Somebody that will kill the mother and kid and then fucking pretend it didn't happen and go into a PR tizzy to protect themselves. What a fucking psycho. What a pile of shit. So it'd be real nice maybe if a federal agency could investigate this pile and see what the fuck's going on here.
Many other confirmation studies. There's 2 studies that show children who are circumcised early have double the rate of autism. And it's highly likely because they're given Tylenol. So, none of this is dispositive, but all of it is stuff that we should be paying attention to. But, there's a tremendous amount of proof or evidence, I would say, as a non-doctor, but I've studied this a long time ago. I met Bobby in my office 20 years ago. We were talking about the same thing 20 years ago. And I was a real estate developer. It bothered me that it seemed to be getting worse, but it's so bad now when you hear these numbers. It's not even really sustainable. I don't know how people do it, but there is some very strong evidence on Tylenol. In fact, at one point, I guess the company gave a warning. They still don't recommend it during pregnancy. That's the weird thing. They're not recommending it, and that's the company itself. So,
2023, an incredible video was captured by photographer Dmitry Lyashev on a flight over Yakutia, revealing a seemingly endless long wall. Following the release of this footage, scientists began scrutinizing the images and concluded that the wall was man-made. The wall extends to the ocean, continuing beneath the water. Surprisingly, no one had previously noticed this wall, prompting bewilderment among scientists. Interestingly, Soviet scientist, architect, and occultist Ludwig Mavrikovich Heinrich, who visited a secret Vatican library in 1920, discovered a book referencing this wall in Yakutia. You can find a video about Mavrikovich on my channel. The wall spans several hundred kilometers. Speculation suggests that the Russian government prohibited aerial photography over the area, and in March 2024, a drone operator filming the wall was arrested. Presently, the government is striving to eliminate all online information related to this wall, leaving its nature shrouded in mystery.
Shakespeare knew the deal. All the world's a stage. Each dawn and dusk is just a change of scenes in our lives. And all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances. And one man in his time plays many parts, his acts being 7 ages.
What has to happen to you? And how long is it going to take all of you to understand that if we all stood up together and said, no, get back in your cage, you can't fool us any longer, we know who you are, we know what you're trying to do, we know that you are in subversion, executing treason, and it's over. If we all did that in concert, it would really be over. Because they're cowards.
According to Project Looking Left, it appears in this timeline Donald Trump will be the 45th president, and he'll attempt to save the world from the globalists by attempting to save America. Just Americans, even citizens of the world, are not ready for what will be revealed at that time. The forces of darkness, which harmed my family, will turn against him, but he and Junior will prevail. Justice will prevail. We choose a great awakening not because it is easy, but because it is hard, and it is right and just. Therefore, where we go on, we go on.
Historically, the game of chess was a military sport. The pieces have names.
as far as the looking glass and so forth. His father told him the same thing. And we can get into the looking glass a little more. That's a device whereby the secret government can see the past or the future. Not exactly, but approximately. And it can also act as a teleportation device. If it's angled at a 90-degree angle, it can be used and has been used as a teleportation device. Now, I have some schematics of that.
But I was young and foolish, handsome.
We dream of the day men are set free, although at times it's hard to believe. With bounding drums, sail through the storm, where we go on we go on. So speak of the days, ages to come. We drove the beast into the sun. God by our side, answer the call. Where we go on we go on. Onto my arm, don't need be afraid of the dark. United we stand, together we fall. Where we go on we go on.
The sentence already commuted, through the tribunal will be enacted. So I'm sure that's on the table too, going on.
So we don't have an exact number of how many generals were court-martialed?
Because it's in progress right now, and it's all being taped. And later on, for the normies, the blue pillars type, they will seem to be coming out live, and they'll show the tribunals probably Millie first, and then that pretty much just like the list Sheila Holmes showed you. It'll go right in order, right down, because that's military. The most important first, the first one up the list that's the first one in the line. The next one is the next one, and on down the list. So, yeah, and of course they have many JAG, officers and judges and, in court, ready to preside already, because they've increased the size of the YMCA down there. That used to be the YCMA in Cuba. That's why it plays the YMCA.
Wow. So these guys were kind of set into a trap. They were summoned to this conference with Pete Hegseth, and you're telling me a lot of them were court-martialed out of there as traitors.
They were taken out of there to go to court-martial, yes.
Lose you, and I don't know where I'm going to.
Welcome, Patriots. Illinois Jack reporting for duty on this, the 9th of October. My dog has an itch. 2025. Good to see you guys and gals and guys, dogs, cats, birds, squirrels. Any of you got a pet squirrel? It's good to see all of you here tonight. We've got a lot of cool and interesting updates to look at. A lot of good things, actually. I'm pretty happy. But of course, you know, there's always, depending on how you look at these things, sort of like when it just came up that NATO and Russia and everyone are preparing for World War III. I see that as positive news. If you were of the therapy type person, you'd probably say he's a little off balance. President Trump says gas prices will drop below $2 soon. This is important for a lot of reasons. You know, they knew when the tariffs came that some prices would go up of some of those items you like at the store, and we knew it was up to a few different things to make those prices go back down eventually. And this is one of those particular things, not to mention the looming deadline of the 12-month time period that Trump set to cut your energy bills in half. And between that and coal getting overtaken by renewable sources, I could see this definitely happening, and it'll be much needed. Needs to keep going, though. $2 is good, though. I mean, honestly didn't think we'd see that again anytime soon. Well, I was hoping for it, but one of the deltas for today, Clinton subpoenaed an Epstein probe. Isn't that funny? Or no, that's something off to the side. Clinton Foundation, it all ties in. Nothing is ever truly deleted. You know, they've postponed their probe. That doesn't sound right. Their probe has been postponed, you could say. I'm not sure how everyone's going to feel about that and what they did to dodge out of it, but we're going to look at it. You know, people kept making a big to-do over this video the other day of the sheriff that arrested Nick Sorter walking in after a meeting with Kristi Noem looking like he was going to cry. And then other people got to pointing out that the guy next to him has got a U.S. Marshal's pin, and the other guy has a hat on there. Wouldn't that be nice? It sort of ties in like what Gene Decode was just saying there on that Nino episode, like with the meeting with the generals the other day that all showed up, and some of them that might have not left afterwards, like General Milley. Let's see, where am I? Oh, yeah, that goes with the first one. Yeah, sorry. Forgot what that was. President Trump thanks the January 6th FBI agent whistleblowers who were forced to go to the Capitol that day under Chris Wray. I'm trying to read that the right way, but let's read his post. All the FBI agents who were forced by Christopher Wray to go to the Capitol on the afternoon of January 6th and then risked their careers to blow the whistle about the political bias and abuses they witnessed. I want to thank you for your courage and assure you that you now work for Director Patel and an Attorney General Bondi who are stamping out political bias in the Bureau and DOJ. The real part of that to acknowledge is the fact that there were plenty of whistleblowers from that day that came out, and if they're going to get into evidence from that, it makes sense as to why they had to talk about the number of actual agents that were out there that day. See, everything ties in on a fine little road.
The panel's chair, Georgia Representative Barry Loudermilk, says the investigation needs to be looked at by the facts, digging into why and how the Capitol got breached. But some Democrats argue the real purpose of this new probe is to rewrite history. Speaking with CNN Sunday, House Speaker Mike Johnson calling the new January 6 panel, quote, a committee investigating the previous committee.
My theory is I've always believed that they got rid of evidence and they hid some of this.
This weekend, President Trump also taking to Truth Social, accusing former FBI Director Christopher Wray of lying about the presence of FBI agents during January 6, writing in part, quote, it was just revealed that the FBI had secretly placed 274 FBI agents into the crowd just prior to and during the January 6 hoax. Trump citing this report published Friday from The Blaze, claiming the FBI had 274 agents embedded in January 6 crowds. A report FBI Director Kash Patel clarified to Fox News Digital while also criticizing Wray. Patel saying in part, quote, agents were sent into a crowd control mission after the riot was declared by Metro Police. This was the failure of a corrupt leadership that lied to Congress and the American people. Wray has testified multiple times about the FBI's role on January 6, including in 2024, when asked about having confidential human sources inside the Capitol.
If you are asking if the violence at the Capitol on January 6 was part of some operation orchestrated by FBI sources or agents, the answer is no.
A DOJ Inspector General report from 2024 also disputes Trump's claims. The report acknowledging 26 CHSs were in D.C. on January 6, 3 reporting on domestic terrorism subjects, one of which entered the Capitol. The other 23 in the...
The question wasn't about whether they started what happened yet. The real question is about whether they were even there to begin with, to start with, and Trump's letting you know there's plenty of whistleblowers from that day who were sent there, who've come forward about it. I look forward to seeing what they had to say pretty soon. This was awesome. I seen this last night. Go to Antifa.com. When you type in Antifa.com and click enter, you get this. The 2020 United States presidential election result from Wikipedia. Presidential elections were held in the U.S. on November 3rd, 2020, blah, blah, blah. You guys find the humor in that, I'm sure. It's not over yet, I guess you could say. That's pretty funny. Everyone's logging off right now to go check it out. Antifa.com. Senator Tommy Tuberville is pushing to ban Sharia law nationwide, calling out the genocide of Christians by Muslims, pretty much all around the world, of course, which doesn't hit the news very often.
You also won't hear from Democrats about how radical Islamic terrorists are currently carrying out a mass genocide of Christians in Nigeria. Think about this. More than 62,000 Christians have been slaughtered since 2000 by radical Islamic terrorists in Nigeria. You heard that right, 62,000. And just this year alone, more than 7,000 Nigerian Christians have been murdered because of their faith alone. You can't turn on the TV without hearing about Israel's so-called mass genocide of Palestinians every day. And yet when it comes to 62,000 Christians being slaughtered by radical Muslims, it's radio silence.
Irrelevant. It's America. We don't need Sharia law here. And when you allow them to have these communities where they all gang up together, that's what they're pushing for. Like it or not, even if it takes time to get there, you'll have little Sharia lawed communities in all but name. Letitia James has been indicted on criminal bank fraud charges. Next in line.
New York Attorney General Letitia James has been indicted on criminal bank fraud charges. James is being accused of having falsified records to meet certain lending requirements and receive favorable loan terms. We'll keep up with that story as it develops.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
I do like the work that the Patriots have done on this already. Aren't they great? And fast, too. Everyone's like, I already seen that. I promise. I've got more. Lots more. Hillary Clinton's congressional testimony on Jeffrey Epstein postponed. Hillary Clinton's testimony was scheduled for tomorrow on her relationship with Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell at the House Oversight Committee. It's been postponed. Why? I'm asking you guys. Maybe the news will know.
Ich war nie auf der Insel und Bill Clinton war angeblich 28 Mal dort.
Hillary und Bill Clinton.
Well, it might, but if you don't speak German, you're not gonna know. Yeah, not much about it, to be honest with you. Like I said, the things that don't make the news, they don't even want you to remember that she's been subpoenaed to begin with. Moving forward, President Trump, of course, rumored to be among the nominees for the Nobel Peace Prize, which will be picked out tomorrow. And when asked if he had a chance,
Go ahead, in the yellow, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the Nobel Peace Prize will be announced on Friday. You've been nominated by many world leaders.
By many countries.
By
That's
many
right.
countries, as well as the hostage families. Do you think you will win?
I have no idea. I mean, look, I did settle. Marco would tell you we settled 7 wars. We're close to settling an 8th. And I think we'll end up settling the Russia situation, which is horrible. 7,000 people died last week, by the way, in Russia, between Russia and Ukraine. I think we'll settle that. So I don't think anybody in history has settled that many, but perhaps.
Okay, I call bullshit on that. 7,000 people died in Russia and Ukraine last week. I don't buy it. They've been whining about drones falling on people's roofs, and you're telling me 7,000 people were killed? No. Nope. Sorry. Silver's going up, obviously. I threw that little piece in the intro about how important it will become in the future. Even the Debt Clock posted about it. They also posted this. Each citizen owns a share of America. The new USA dividend dollar is a stock, a bond, and an anonymous bank savings account all in one. Do. That'd be nice. This is pretty wild. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, with President Trump's approval, fired a Foreign Service officer caught concealing a secret relationship with the CCP affiliate. No, it wasn't Eric Swalwell. China's responded to that. We'll look at that momentarily.
Huge breaking news within the State Department. Secretary Marco Rubio, with the approval of the President of the United States, Donald Trump, has just fired the Foreign Service officer, Daniel Choi, who we at OMG caught on hidden camera, revealing his romantic relationship with a CCP affiliate, possible Chinese spy.
I defied my government for love.
Now, according to a new statement from the State Department, quote, today, after presidential review and approval, the Secretary of State has terminated a Foreign Service officer, also known as FSO, who concealed a romantic relationship with a Chinese national with ties to the Chinese Communist Party. Executive Order 14211. states that all officers or employees charged with implementing the foreign policy of the United States must, under Article 2, do so under the direction and authority of the President. Failure to faithfully implement the President's policy is grounds for professional discipline, including separation. Accordingly, the Secretary recommended that the FSO be separated for failing to faithfully implement the President's foreign policy, closed quote. Now, a State Department spokesperson told OMG that marks the first time in American history such an action has been taken. And they want the American people to know that decisive measures are now being enforced. Choi admitted to knowingly violating diplomatic security protocols by concealing a romantic relationship with Joy Zhao, the daughter of a senior Chinese Communist Party leader, apparently.
Her dad was either a provincial or a federal minister of education. Yeah. So he's like straight up Communist Party.
Now, Choi confessed that he never filed the required disclosure, even acknowledging that Zhao, quote, could have been a spy.
I don't know. She could have been a spy even. I don't really know.
Now, thanks to our undercover journalist.
I wish I could talk to the camera like that. And next up in our news, next up, I want to look at the response from the Chinese Communist Party, the response to their diplomat being fired in regards to this report.
Huge update in the State Department firing of Foreign Service Officer Daniel Choi. The Chinese Communist Party has officially responded in Beijing, China, to the OMG undercover video featuring the State Department guy bragging about sleeping with a Chinese spy.
U.S. administration yesterday said that it has dismissed an employee of the State Department of the U.S. for not being able to report his romance with a Chinese national.
It is the U.S. domestic affairs. We have no comment on that. That said, we oppose drawing lines along ideological difference and maliciously vilifying China.
Now, this is a historic accomplishment for OMG and citizen journalism. A foreign government, Communist China, publicly being forced to respond to one of our undercover.
Is this a common thing where they, meaning members of Congress, end up with Chinese spies? It seems to be like you need to just stay away from Chinese people or something. Attorney General Ken Paxton announced he's investigating Discord after the platform was used by the reported assassin who murdered Charlie Kirk. And they've been, trying to investigate that. They're having trouble investigating that. And then coincidentally, right afterwards, there was a giant hack on Discord.
The state of Texas is launching an investigation into the online chat platform called Discord. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton announced today that his office is looking into the platform's content, accusing Discord of exposing minors to sexual exploitation and extremist content. The statement also mentions that the suspect accused of murdering conservative influencer Charlie Kirk confessed to killing him on the platform before being taken into custody. AG Paxton says Discord is legally obligated to prevent minors from being exposed to certain content and accused it of contributing to, quote, wave of nihilistic violence across the country. Now, Discord sent us a statement this afternoon saying it does not comment on legal matters. The platform wrote that it requires all its users to be at least 13 years old and uses advanced tech and safety teams to remove content that violates its policies.
I suppose at the very least, if they got evidence from hacking Discord, they can't really use it in court, but, they can do what they want to do with the information, find out who Tyler Robinson was talking to at the very least in the upcoming days towards that event. Speaking of which, people are changing their tune again entirely on now. Candace Owens, a lot of other people. Not that she ever said she didn't think it happened, but a lot of other people are thinking it happened again. She's talking about how she believes the bullet severed his spine, and that's why it didn't come out the other side. Other people think it was a type of kinetic weapon. I've heard that multiple times now. It's interesting stuff. So the Israeli army says it's preparing to pull back troops in Gaza as part of the deal, though I keep seeing reports that don't sound so much like they have, but we'll look at that. They met with their cabinet earlier today, and it sounds like that went well. We'll take a look at that. Earlier in the day, reports were kind of back and forth, saying Israel and Hamas have to basically, it seems like it's coming down to disarmament, but Trump's sort of pushing it like they don't have a choice. But President Trump says Gaza will be rebuilt brick by brick, with neighboring countries contributing to the reconstruction since they possess tremendous wealth. That's the Middle East, and that sort of goes against what Israel's hoping will happen after all this, which is they want to, sort of occupy the region, while Hamas wanted a Palestinian body to occupy the region. Trump was talking about an outside party ruling the region. They've got some stuff to figure out, but Israel says Gaza deal to take effect only after receiving cabinet approval, which earlier in the day it really looked like he wasn't going to get. And at one point I thought this might be the thing that broke the whole deal entirely, but I'm pretty sure they got their cabinet approval, and I'll pull that up in a second.
To a Fox News alert, President Trump just announced a deal between Israel and Hamas. Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin has been on this from the beginning, live from a very, very, very late Tel Aviv. Jennifer, good to see you.
Thank you, Laura. Well, incredible news here tonight that broke just within the last hour. First, we heard on Israeli television that there was a deal for the first phase of this peace plan, this agreement in Gaza to end the war and to release the hostages and to release Palestinian prisoners. Then we had the Trump Truth Social post, which really is what Israel was waiting for in order to make the formal announcement. And the Truth Social post said, "I'm very proud to announce that Israel and Hamas have both signed off on the first phase of our peace plan. This means that all of the hostages will be released very soon, and Israel will withdraw their troops to an agreed-upon line as the first steps toward a strong, durable, and everlasting peace. All parties will be treated fairly." In essence, we also have heard from the foreign minister of Qatar.
That's a good big part of step one. Now, this cabinet meeting, at least for Netanyahu, is clearly part of his step two.
We begin with the latest developments in Israel's war on Gaza. The Israeli government has been meeting to approve the first phase of the ceasefire deal with Hamas. Once confirmed, a ceasefire would take effect within 24 hours and prisoners would be swapped within a 72-hour window.
Worked around the clock, but not only worked. I think you put in your brains and your hearts, and we know that it's for the benefit of Israel and the United States, for the benefit of decent people everywhere, and for the benefit of these families who will finally get to be with their loved ones. And I want to thank you on their behalf as well, and on behalf of the people of Israel. Thank you.
So it looks like the cabinet did approve that deal there, and hopefully everything cools down there. There's reports like this one that say they're getting trigger happy. I don't know.
منطقة ود نعم الآن على ما يبدو قذيفة نعم قذيفة الآن على الهواء مباشرة.
نرجو أن تتوقوا الحذر
ونذكر بأن المكتب الإعلامي الحكومي
هذه قذيفة مباشرة من الآلية الإسرائيلية.
But you never know what to believe with that stuff. So hopefully that's not the truth. Hopefully Israel's not gone trigger happy. Trump is expected to visit Jerusalem on Sunday. Egypt Red Crescent says 153 aid trucks cross Rafah border heading to Gaza. They've got aid all ready to go and moving in there. Trump says there will be disarming in the next phase of the Gaza deal. That's the part I'm wondering about. Will they be able to pull that off?
President Trump says he might travel to the Middle East as soon as this weekend as Israel and Hamas continue those indirect negotiations to end the war in Gaza. And Trump's comments come as Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law and outside advisor, joined the peace talks in Cairo today. CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe joins us now. Ed, thanks for being with us here tonight. The president there mentioning this possible trip to Middle East with a pretty fast turnaround. Do we know exactly where he could potentially travel in the next few days? And what would his presence symbolize?
He was asked whether it would be Egypt where these talks are happening. He said yes. When asked if he would consider going to Gaza, he said he'd like to see it. Unclear how that would happen given the hostilities there and the concerns about that region's security. But what is telling here, Nancy, is how quickly this has happened now. We are, on the first day of talks that have concluded for today in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, where
it'll be historic to see Trump go there in general, in my opinion. Would he go to Gaza? I highly doubt it. But you never know with Trump. He's so random. He announced that Dr. Ben Carson will be an incredible national nutrition advisor that he is giving the Presidential Medal of Freedom to. He's a true American patriot who cares deeply for the people of our country and never stops working to protect and strengthen life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The Presidential Medal of Freedom. We'll come back to that. If you remember in the intro, they talked about medals and Charlie Kirk receiving something like, well, we'll get back to it. Federal judge limits ICE arrests without a warrant and probable cause. Can they enforce this?
Right now, a legal setback for ICE and Border Patrol agents arresting people without warrants or probable cause around here. A federal judge now legally extends limits on who federal agents can arrest. Hundreds have been arrested without warrants or probable cause in recent months, including Abel Orozco Ortega of West Suburban Lyons, taken off the street by ICE only after they found him, then generated a warrant. A consent decree to limit ICE's ability to do that will remain in effect until at least next year. Attorneys for the National Immigration Justice Center say ICE officials thought they were no longer bound by limited arresting powers. For families of those taken into custody, it's a win in a fight they are still waging as loved ones remain behind bars.
It's a glimpse of hope that the courts will still at times bear witness and will attempt to limit the harms being conducted by DHS in our communities. I've had to remind myself.
Don't you love the drama they're pushing? And yet Trump's administration makes it clear over and over again. They're arresting violent criminals. Now, this isn't so much a political story, but in a way it is. When you read the headlines, I mean, you probably immediately think what I'm thinking. A kid dead at the age of 17. An athlete, nonetheless. The exact kind of thing we shouldn't be seeing, but nonetheless, still seeing it.
Arturo Gatti Jr., the 17-year-old son of boxing legend Arturo Gatti, has tragically passed away in Mexico. The news broke on October 8, 2025, sending shockwaves through the boxing world and beyond. Born into boxing royalty, Gatti Jr. was following in his father's footsteps. He trained as an amateur with dreams of Olympic glory and a professional career. But behind the gloves and grit, it was a young man carrying the weight of a legacy and perhaps silent struggles. Chuck Zito, Gaddy Sr.'s former bodyguard, confirmed the heartbreaking news on Instagram. Arturo Jr. was found hanging in an apartment in Mexico. His longtime coach Mo Latif later verified the tragedy, asking for privacy and respect. The circumstances echo the mysterious death of his father in 2009. Arturo Gatti Sr. was found dead in Brazil under similar conditions. Though initially ruled a homicide, the final report listed suicide. Now,
wow, I missed that part completely earlier. That's especially tragic. Well, that definitely takes away the political side, but damn. Tragic. Good Lord. Colombia's president says the boat struck by the U.S. was carrying Colombians. We've heard this before. We heard this at the first boat they struck. And Rand Paul says the Constitution does not allow the president to unilaterally blow up suspected drug smugglers. Why not? It's international waters.
Colombian President Gustavo Petro has said that a boat recently bombed by the U.S. was Colombian with Colombian citizens inside, an allegation the White House called baseless. The U.S. has struck at least 4 vessels in the Caribbean in recent weeks, killing 21 people. The U.S. government has said the strikes in international waters were targeting narco-traffickers. But it has not provided evidence or details about who or what is aboard, and the strikes have attracted condemnation in countries in the region amid concerns they breach international law. The U.S. Senate rejected a measure on Wednesday that would have barred President Donald Trump from using military force against the boats.
I frankly, personally, still don't believe any boats were bombed, or if they were, it was just staged to make a point. But could definitely be wrong on that. Could definitely be wrong. Putin blames the Ukrainian drone for Russia shooting down a passenger jet. And I don't know if they're talking about the same jet here, if they're mixing up their own headlines, because then they later said that he admitted his own air defenses were responsible for this particular crash when it happened.
Dear Sir, in our first telephone conversation, I not only apologized for the fact that the tragedy occurred in the skies over Russia, but also expressed my most sincere condolences to the families of the victims. I would like to repeat all of this, reiterate, and say that, as we agreed, we are providing every possible assistance to the investigation. The investigation is ending. And now we can generally discuss the causes of this tragedy, this catastrophe. Everyone's children owe everyone. It is connected to several circumstances. The first is that there was a Ukrainian drone in the sky. We were guiding 3 drones at once, which...
I see. Now makes sense. They're trying to hit a Ukrainian drone. Here's a bit of the footage. Almost looks unreal, doesn't it? You know, what's funny is Zelensky had talked about how those drones were made with parts from all around the world, or he specifically mentioned Britain at the time, but really seems like there might be something to it.
More than 100,000 foreign-made components were found in the drones and missiles that Russia launched during the combined attack on Ukraine the day before. Volodymyr Zelensky reported this. In total, the enemy launched 549 targets on the night of October 5th. Among them were about 250 Shahed drones and 53 missiles. In this deadly hardware, components from companies in the United States, China, Taiwan, the United Kingdom, Germany, Switzerland, Japan, the Republic of Korea, and the Netherlands were found. This includes matrix converters, microcomputers for drone flight control, processors, bearings, and other microelectronics.
And why do I find that odd? Because I don't believe we do that kind of business with Russia. I don't believe some of those European countries, especially with the sanctions they have in place, do business with Russia. But they do, however, do business with Ukraine, who whistleblowers have recently said are attacking themselves. Did they just out themselves? I mean, did they just tell on themselves? That's why I was joking around about Zelensky being a white hat the other day. Might just be he's just kind of stupid instead. You'll have to pick on that one. And there's more rumors going around that Antifa leaders are fleeing the country as Trump cracks down on domestic terrorist networks, but as far as news stories about it, they really don't exist.
They have been very threatening to people, but we're going to be very threatening to them, far more threatening to them than they ever were with us, and that includes the people that fund them. Probably some of the people I know, some of the people I dine with. But if they do, they're in deep trouble. So we're going to be looking.
That's the big takeaway from all that and all the Antifa talk yesterday. They're going after the people that fund these people like George Soros. The White House just announced they discovered that over $100 million in taxpayer funds and laundered Democrat donations went to Antifa-linked organizations and protest networks. Funders include the Soros Open Society, Arabella Advisors, the Tides Network, Hans-Jong Weiss, Neville Roy Singham, with ties to Armed Queers SLC, who is being investigated in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Foreign plus domestic money is fueling riots. Yeah, a lot of people probably didn't think that there was a lot of taxpayer money going into it. And Kash Patel says Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is mapping out the entire financial structure of the Antifa organization. A little more clarity that they're going to go after the people funding them. And Joe Lang says they were mapped long ago. The American people are being shown who the enemies are and who supports them. Yeah, well, that injustice.
Every single seed, money, donor, organization, and funding mechanism that we have. And I want to echo the Secretary's comments on Scott Bessent, who's allowing us to map out these networks through their financial criminal activities, which has been going on for decades. And I would like to remind the American public, they built this diseased temple of corruption over decades. And in 8 short months, Mr. President, you have crippled their foundation because of your leadership here, because of the interagency, because of people like Deputy Attorney General Blanche, and because of Attorney General Pam Bondi's fearless leadership to go after criminals wherever they are. They will not be able to hide. They were able to hide and conspire with prior administrations, and we are exposing their corruption from within. And we will go to every single city in this country under Operation Summer Heat and the other operations we are doing at the FBI to bring these criminals to justice. We will.
And they will. I'm tired of seeing these articles pop up about Gene Simmons's car crash. He's recovering after his car crash. You know, I looked it up yesterday, his car crash. He hit a parked car in Malibu, and he was already at home. They're like, he's recovering after his crash. I forgot my bar down there. Whoops-a-daisy. There's nothing to type. Blah, 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 blah. Moving forward here. This is a post somebody shared, a Q post. It sort of ties in, just telling you about Soros pays for Antifa out of his own pocket. No, the U.S. taxpayer is funding the very people we are engaged in taking down. Just showing you how much of your own money is going into all of this crap. And they named the new Nobel Prize winner in literature for work confronting apocalyptic terror. Let's take a look.
The Nobel Prize in Literature for 2025 is awarded to the Hungarian author Laszlo Krasznahorkai for his compelling and visionary oeuvre that in the midst of apocalyptic terror reaffirms the power of art. I just reached Laszlo Krasznahorkai on the telephone on a visit in Frankfurt where he was. We have started to discuss things about arrangements in December, but not come so far yet.
And there's that. Tomorrow, again, we await the announcement of the prize winner for peace. Will it be President Trump? What do you guys think? He certainly deserves it for a lot more reasons and a billion more reasons than Barack Obama ever deserved to get it for. 2 Pennsylvania troopers were shot in the latest act of violence against the state police. Let's take a look at this case.
Some breaking news that we are following. 2 Pennsylvania state troopers are hurt in a shootout in the middle of the state.
Now, those troopers now fighting for their lives in the hospital. Jessica Riley is monitoring the situation. She joins us now live in the studio with the breaking details. Jessica, what have you learned?
Eric and David, well, we got an update from police just a while ago saying that both of these troopers are in what they describe as critical and serious condition. The incident happened along Interstate 81 in Antrim Township, which is in Franklin County, just a short distance from the Maryland state line. This all started last night following a retail theft call at a Dick's Sporting Goods store. Troopers tracked the car the suspects were driving and chased them. Spike strips were deployed, which stopped the car, and 2 female suspects complied with the troopers' orders, but a male suspect began firing at troopers, wounding 2 of them. Troopers returned fire, killing the man who shot at them. Governor Josh Shapiro took to social media, saying in part, Pennsylvania's law enforcement officers are the very best of us, running towards danger every day to keep our communities safe. He and his wife are praying for those injured and their families. We are awaiting an update of those troopers and more details on this investigation. As soon as I get those, I'll bring them to you. In the studio, Jessica Riley, back to you.
The violence is hefty in every city right now, which is a good part of why Trump's going to send in the National Guard. And as they get into place and it gets closer to time, I think we'll see all that stuff happen that makes things pop off. 6-term North Carolina Democrat Representative Cecil Brockman was arrested for statutory rape or sexual offense with a child.
A Triad lawmaker is accused of sex crimes against a minor. Cecil Brockman, a state house member representing Guilford County, was arrested yesterday on multiple charges. WXII 12's Kelly Kendall is live at the Guilford County Courthouse in Greensboro, where Brockman is set to appear in just a few hours. Kelly, what do we know about the case against him so far?
Lindsay, Brockman is charged with serious crimes, 2 counts of statutory rape and 2 counts of indecent liberties with a child. Court records obtained by 12 Investigates show that these crimes happened on August 15th of this year. Local law enforcement has not yet shared any information about the investigation into Brockman, but one court document shows that Brockman, quote, has made attempts to contact the victim in this case and has gone as far as attempting to locate the juvenile in the hospital and attempting to use his status to gain information on the whereabouts of the victim, end quote. That status referred to there is his position as a representative in the General Assembly. The 41-year-old Democrat represents the 60th district, which covers the city of High Point and other parts of Guilford County. He first entered office in 2015, having secured his election in 2014.
One of many that are going down. They all fall down. President Trump signed a proclamation today bringing back Columbus Day. Dear Lord.
Today we have your Columbus Day proclamation for Monday, which we're signing a bit early. Christopher Columbus obviously discovered the New World in 1492. He was a great Italian explorer. He sailed his 3 ships, the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, across the Atlantic Ocean and landed in what's today the Caribbean. But this is a particularly important holiday for Italian Americans who celebrate the legacy of Christopher Columbus and the innovation and explorer zeal that he represented.
In other words, we're calling it Columbus Day.
Yes.
I guess so. It's part of our identity, whether some of us agree or not. It seems like one thing people aren't a big fan of, the Columbus Day ordeal. So this was about Charlie getting the Presidential Medal of Freedom. The civilian is sometimes military also, is what Trump said when he mentioned that. And established after World War II, it's to honor civilians who aided the United States or its allies during wartime, which Charlie Kirk certainly did, didn't he? Kirill Dmitriev still posting MAGA. I think Russia-Ukraine peace will happen too. He posts from Trump, but still good to hear from our Russian diplomat. Kristi Noem announces the Department of Homeland Security will be purchasing more buildings in Chicago and Portland for ICE operations, and they will have sniper teams deployed on the roofs. Lovely.
At that facility, so we're hardening all of our buildings and making sure that we have more security measures, snipers on the roof, people to protect our law enforcement while they're out there on the streets. But what I'm also doing, sir, is and with your authority, is we're purchasing more buildings in Chicago to operate out of. We're going to not back off. In fact, we're doubling down, and we're going to be in more parts of Chicago in response to the people there. And then I was there a few days ago and looked at some facilities that we can deploy more law enforcement out of, because what they're trying to do with these riots and violence is distract us and keep us from going after those murderers and rapists that are out on the streets. And then I was in Portland, went out and back on Tuesday and met with the governor, met with the mayor, met with the chief of police and the superintendent of the highway patrol. They're all and disingenuous and dishonest people, because as soon as you leave the room, then they make the exact opposite response. So we're looking at new facilities to purchase. They're in Portland too, and we're going to double down. And I told them if they didn't meet our demands for safety and security on the streets and work with us, then we were going to bring in more federal law enforcement. So I want to thank Pete and the Department of War for all their help. They've been fantastic. But while we fight litigation and work with Pam on that, we're going to send more of our resources and men and women out there to keep everybody safe. So, no.
I guess that'll be nice. They won't need to worry about those federal facilities as much. Tropical storm Jerry. I want to cover this really quickly. It's picking up power, but, will it impact us? I'm not so sure.
All right. Well, meanwhile, we also continue to monitor Jerry, Tropical Storm Jerry, that is, as it approaches the Lesser Antilles. This storm is expected to intensify a bit. As we watch to where it goes, the forecast has been pretty solid on this one. We do have some tropical storm watches that have been issued across portions of the islands, especially the Lesser Antilles. This is expected to be a hurricane by the time we get through the day tomorrow. Wide view of the Atlantic Basin. You're looking also at Invest 96L. You're like, uh-oh. But look at that. It's way up to the north. It's way out over the Atlantic, and that's going to get out of our hair shortly. So if it does get a name, we mark it off the list. That would be good. Jerry, meantime, look how close it is to the Lesser Antilles. Steering mechanisms, we've got this big area of high pressure here, and Jerry is going right underneath that area of high pressure. What happens? It gets...
I think it's funny. Well, it's not funny, but nothing's hitting our coast. People have been talking about it a lot. Yet China's getting pummeled by storms. Russia says Ukraine blew up an ammonia pipeline in the Donetsk region. At the same time, Ukraine's accusing Russia of attacking a bunch of their energy facilities. So it's kind of like the same usual day in, days out of the old war on the other side of the world. Florida authorities have arrested over 6,000 suspected undocumented immigrants under a federal-aligned enforcement strategy. The U.S. Border Patrol said more than 350 arrests came from Operation One-Way Ticket, a joint effort with local, state, and federal agencies. Immigration advocates have condemned the strategy, warning the collaboration may lead to discrimination and profiling. So I'm assuming that's in the time since they started this, probably with Trump getting re-elected, 6,000 undocumented arrests in Florida in that time. Pretty impressive. This is an interesting story that I don't know if they're going to give us much of a reason for, but this is something I know they've been working on for a while, and I'm talking years ago, because I have friends who made parts for these icebreakers, and there's stories that go back for a while on this, but Trump's made a deal with the Finnish to buy even more icebreakers. Why do we need all these icebreakers for, guys and gals?
Welcome back. President Donald Trump suggesting his administration is going to order 40 icebreakers for the U.S. Coast Guard, although a plan and cost remain unclear. During a press briefing earlier this month, President Trump said in part, quote, "We're going to order about 40 Coast Guard big icebreakers." A statement from Senator Lisa Murkowski says she's glad to see that President Trump shares my enthusiasm for the Arctic. Senator Dan Sullivan says he thinks the ambitious goal of 40 new icebreakers would be great. Governor Mike Dunleavy called the announcement great news for Alaska.
His interest in the Arctic? 40 icebreakers? What? I mean, on top of the ones they've already bought. And Russia's, were they trying to break up all the ice in the world? What's the story? Some would contend they're trying to break through a particular ice wall that you'll have to decide whether you believe in or not, but that's a hell of a lot of icebreakers. Weird something there. I don't know. And at the same time, with all the Amelia Earhart stuff and the digging up of the files at an incredible speed, Trump having the FBI pull together all those files so quickly. I mean, I don't know. There's something weird there. Pakistan has launched airstrikes inside Kabul. Multiple reports say the TTP chief Nawar Wali Mashood is dead. Pakistan carried out its first ever bombing of Kabul. It could be something to do with Trump sending them after the Taliban, but I'm not so sure.
Something that was actually put out by the Pakistani defense minister, and in fact, the details of it that we have right now, Niranjan.
Those are about what the reports looked like at the time, but if you're wondering why, I mean, listen, 24 hours before that, it sounded like the Taliban was attacking Pakistan. There's a lot of talks with India, talking with the Taliban, and we've sort of made friends with Pakistan and signed that agreement. And I don't know, it's getting kind of interesting in that regard. Let's keep going, though, here. Dominion, our good old voting machines, they decided to rebrand, all that bad press. Rigged elections and stuff. They've rebranded as Liberty Vote under Republican leadership to restore election trust, acquired by Republican Scott Leyendecker, a former St. Louis elections director and founder of No Inc., a major electronic poll book provider, is now the sole private owner, sale price undisclosed. So Dominion's been bought out by Republicans. It's also reported the remaining litigation with Mike Lindell, Rudy Giuliani, and Sidney Powell will be dropped by Dominion Voting Systems as part of the acquisition agreement. Fascinating. Interesting timing, given that we are approaching midterms, one that will either make or break Trump's presidency. We already know we've gotten control of the voting machine. It's definitely good. It's a lot of good stuff. It's a good sign that they're dropping those lawsuits against those 3 Republicans. Now you know Dominion, which is now going to be Liberty Vote, has nothing to do with the deep state anymore. Trump is suggesting that Spain be kicked out of NATO in response to their arms embargo against Israel.
So I know one thing. I don't know what they're going to do, really, but I know this, that nobody in history has solved 8 wars in a period of 9 months. And I've stopped 8 wars, so that's never happened before. But they'll have to do what they do. Whatever they do is fine. I know this. I didn't do it for that. I did it because I saved a lot of lives. And that's the thing that bothers me so much about the Russia-Ukraine. 7,000 people are dying a week. Young soldiers. They're almost all soldiers of Ukraine and Russia. So in theory, it doesn't affect us, no, but it's a terrible thing. And we'll get that solved too. But nobody has ever done 8 wars. Nobody's done 8 wars in 30 years, let alone 9 months.
Are you going to step up? Are you going to step up the pressure for a Ukraine deal?
Yeah, we are stepping up the pressure. We're stepping it up together. We're all stepping it up. NATO's been great. The leader of NATO, as you know, Mark, has been fantastic, I think. And he's a fantastic guy. And they are stepping it up. And we're selling a lot of weapons to NATO.
Getting that old World War III narrative ready, I assume. What sense it makes, still not sure, but if it gets done what they need to get done, so be it. Trump to deploy 200 U.S. troops to Israel for the hostage release expected around October 12th or 13th, and Gaza ceasefire support effective on the 10th. So the shooting has to stop. It's that time, and now we're going to have some of our own troops over there, so they really had better be wise about it. Killing an American troop over there would kick off the war, the likes of which none of them would appreciate. All of a sudden, the mainstream media has produced never-before-seen photos of Jeffrey Epstein's cell, and they say something doesn't add up. Go figure. Let's take a look at what they've got. Pull it up here. I am so slow.
Exclusive CBS News investigation related to the death of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. CBS News has obtained 90 jail cell photos from the day Epstein was found dead. Some of these have never been seen publicly before. Scott McFarlane has the story from Washington.
On the morning of August 10th, 2019, convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein was found dead at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Lower Manhattan. This was the vow of then Attorney General Bill Barr.
We will get to the bottom of what happened, and there will be accountability.
Epstein's death was quickly ruled a suicide. But an investigation of jail cell photos by CBS News, working with forensic experts, has raised serious questions about the New York Medical Examiner and the FBI's work, including a failure to preserve the scene, log evidence, and run basic forensic tests. There are 90 photos in all, showing a cell strewn with blankets and strips of fabric tied to the bed and window grate. Items moved around, including a mattress, which is seen on the floor in an earlier photo, but appears on the bed in a later one. Looking at the metadata, that second photo appears to have been taken at 11:02 a.m. If that's accurate, the scene had been disturbed hours before FBI investigators arrived. Investigators also found several possible nooses, but did not conclusively identify the one that killed him. What do you make of all these pictures?
I make a crime scene gone wrong.
Herman Weisberg is a former NYPD detective turned private investigator. Does it look to you like this was investigated as a suicide or as a murder?
To me, this looks like they took it at face value that this was a suicide.
While our investigation did not contradict the official determination of suicide, it does raise questions about what was done to rule out the possibility of murder.
If you realize that you've got a high-profile person that may or may not have committed suicide, but you need to prove that to people, this is not adequate as far as I'm concerned.
We've reached out for comment for the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner and the staff at the FBI and the Department of Justice. As of now, all have declined to comment. Scott McFarland, CBS News, Washington.
So apparently a quick clarification. The story about the troops going over to Israel. It's not true, according to Carolyn Leavitt. To be clear, up to 200 U.S. personnel who are already stationed at CENTCOM will be tasked with monitoring the peace agreement in Israel, and they will work with other international forces on the ground. Wow. See how these things can get taken out of context so quickly. And we got a couple more things to look at here. Gavin Newsom said that President Trump and the Republican-led Congress are refusing to provide aid to Palisades fire victims. They haven't done a damn thing, he says. California's own website still shows federal aid flowing in, and yet we know not a penny's gone to any actual victim of the fires, and yet Newsom is blaming us. Makes no freaking sense whatsoever, does it? Trump has proposed a triumphal arch in D.C. for the America 250th birthday in the traffic circle in front of Arlington National Cemetery. America needs a triumphal arch. I see. What do you guys think about a triumphal arch? Then I wanted to read this message, something the owner of Telegram posted. I'm turning 41, but I don't feel like celebrating. Our generation is running out of time to save the free internet built for us by our fathers. What was once the promise of the free exchange of information is being turned into the ultimate tool of control. Once free countries are introducing dystopian measures such as digital IDs, online age checks, which I say I agree with personally, and mass scanning of private messages. Germany is persecuting anyone who dares to criticize officials on the internet. The UK is imprisoning thousands for their tweets. France is criminally investigating tech leaders who defend freedom and privacy. A dark, dystopian world is approaching fast while we're asleep. Our generation risks going down in history as the last one that had freedoms. Yeah. He's so wrong about that, I'm afraid. People don't need to be sitting on the internet all day anyway. All right. Let's see where we're at here. Is there anything else I particularly missed? That about does it for all our news. They say for a moment today, silver rose to over $50. Now it's just over 47. Interesting. Huh. Gold hits all-time high. Silver hits all-time high. Gas is going to drop below $2 a gallon. Cuts to DEM programs will permanent per Trump. D.C. safe. Chicago in the works. Portland in the works. New York and Minnesota next. Peace in the Middle East, but nothing is happening. Making sure I didn't miss anything. What about you guys? You see anything going on while I've been doing the news? Clear that up. So it's going to be an interesting day tomorrow, to say the least. We'll find out if Trump gets picked for that Nobel Peace Prize. We'll keep watching the escalating situation in Russia and Ukraine. I forgot to mention this particular recall from Walmart. A brand called Mom Genius, based in Georgia, announced a recall of its retractable safety gates, saying that they violate mandatory standards for expansion gates and enclosures. Calico Brands also announced a recall for its Scripto Premium Torch, saying that they violate safety standards for multi-purpose lighters. So, there's that. All right. Beyond all that, I'm trying to see if there was anything particularly on today to recommend to you. Oh, there was, there actually is something I want to look at with you guys. I wasn't planning on doing this, but I wanted to show you something to do with Ivan Raiklin. Juan was on Nino earlier. I know that. And Field McConnell was on Jenny's show. See what else I can recommend. I do want to look at the Ivan Raiklin thing with you guys, though. That Gene Decode episode looks like it'll be good whenever it comes out from Nino. Mary Crowley interviewed Michael Jaco today. That would probably be pretty interesting to see. What else? Try and make sure I find it all for you. Derek Johnson put out a video called Traitor Veterans by Derek Johnson. Can't imagine that's gonna be enjoyed by many people. Oh, this might be a good interview. Jenny also interviewed Josh Reed. All right, so my thing, it's almost ready. What do you guys think about the peace deal, where we're at? Phase 1 done. Israel's got the approval of their cabinet. Everyone's on board with a hostage release. Next comes disarming. How does that work exactly? I mean, how do you know they disarm? And I mean, there's so many questions there, but I do believe that they intend to get the Gaza Strip rebuilt via the help of the Middle East, who is extremely rich, as we know. I could see them building a Gaza, the likes of which the people there have never seen before, and I hope they get to go back there when they're done. Yeah, I can share it for you, Gingeroo. Let me bring it up. Now, Derek, I don't think he's on YouTube, but Jenny is. And I will share the link to her channel for you right now. All right, let's see. Did you guys see the video of the woman running for governor of California? I think I have it here. It was weird.
State could lose. Get out of my fucking shot.
I wanted to tell you that that's actually incorrect. It's not that it's electric vehicles. It's that if we don't meet the commitments under the Paris Climate Accord.
Okay, it does. Okay, you also were in my shot before that. Stay out of my shot.
I thought the memes that people turned it into were pretty decent, like always.
Get out of my fucking shot.
Scary. You say he is on YouTube? Let me see if I can find it. He might be. I don't know. Yeah. I will share that link too. And thank you for letting me know, Posty. So that's Derek's link on YouTube and the Revival American podcast. But all right, let's bring up Ivan Raiklin now. It's ready. Haven't seen some Ivan Raiklin in a while. I'd like to see what he has to say.
We have a government that is just not working for the people. It's infiltrated with enemies. It is a corrupted, self-serving crime scene in all three branches. Trump's cabinet is ineffective at best and owned by foreign and domestic enemies at worst. But there are real patriots, experts themselves in informational war, unconventional warfare, that are actually working to bring this country back and to stop the attempted destruction of the United States of America. A very special evening on the war front tonight to save America. This is the Dr. Jane Ruby Show, and you're about to enter all kinds of truths.
Place. Obviously not to the level that we would like to see, but still, nonetheless, we're moving the ball down the field on the Patriot front against the tyrannical deep state, right? And I would say that just recently, about 2 weeks ago, amidst all of the chaos that ensued in the middle of, commemorating 9/11, and the day before that, the Charlie Kirk just brutal assassination. That same day, I believe on 9/11 was when the Republicans announced who were going to be the 5 members from the Republican Party on the new January 6th Select Subcommittee. It's some people are coining it internally as the J6 2.0 committee, but it is distinct from the original committee that was constituted by Nancy Pelosi in order to have a mechanism to cover up the illegal 2020 election and its subsequent illegitimate certification on January 6th to cover up the Fedsurrection. This committee in particular has been created in order to be able to get to the full wholesome truth of January 6th. And I think I'm hoping that I can influence it in a little way in essentially guiding the committee to move in the direction of exposing the senior leadership within the legislative branch, their decision-making, and in facilitating the Fedsurrection, their conduct on January 6th, and then those involved in the subsequent cover-up. That's kind of been my focus the last, I guess at this point, 4.5 years. And I believe that the members of that committee, based on who they are actually going to be, I think, fruitful, because chairing it is going to be Barry Loudermilk. A lot of people forget that he was the representative for Roseanne Boylan, one of the two murdered on that day on January 6th. And then number 2, you have Congressman Morgan Griffith out of the Virginia's 9th Congressional District. He's very instrumental because he was with Loudermilk on the previous subcommittee under House administration last congressional term. And he was the one that was really going down the appropriate rabbit hole, in my opinion, where once you identify all the communications and documents originating from the U.S. Capitol Police General Counsel, Tad DeBias, that will be the vector to expose the entire Fedsurrection cover-up, the weaponization. That is the keys to the kingdom. So he's on the committee, or the subcommittee. And then you have 3 others, which are Congressman Troy Nehls, which he wrote the book called The Big Fraud. And he's definitely one of the folks that I recommended to be on the committee. Clay Higgins is also on the committee out of Louisiana. And then lastly, Harriet Hageman. I find it quite fitting that the person that removed and extracted Liz Cheney from her seat as a member of Congress is going to replace her effectively on this new January 6th subcommittee.
Yeah.
And I also want to mention that there's 3 Democrats that are on the subcommittee, and Eric Swalwell, he should be recused out of that committee since he was one of the impeachment managers during impeachment hoax 2. You have Jamie Crockett also on the committee, and the last person, I actually don't recall currently the name, but once again, these individuals are obviously going to continue to facilitate the cover-up of what actually happened within the Capitol leadership, meaning the U.S. Capitol Police, Capitol Police Board, Speaker's Office, the Speaker's staff, the Senate Majority Leader, and the Senate Majority Leader's staff that were involved in what I call the Fedsurrection. Some people call affectionately the fake surrection, and its subsequent cover-up.
Let me ask you: Are you hopeful because these 3 Democrats are outnumbered? How much and who selected them specifically to represent the other side of the aisle?
The way it works is anytime a committee or a subcommittee is created, the Speaker of the House authorizes it, and then there's usually a vote by the majority party, or I should say the House. In this case, it's the House because it's a House body or a subcommittee underneath the Judiciary Committee. So this subcommittee falls underneath the Judiciary Committee chaired by Congressman Jim Jordan. And I would rather not just go into that tangent on Jim Jordan, but I would say that it is an upgrade from the previous committee slightly, because the previous committee upon which Barry Loudermilk fell under was the House Administration Committee, and that was chaired by Brian Stile. Now, for those that don't know, Brian Stile was Congressman Paul Ryan's replacement, meaning the Speaker of the House previously. And if you've been following politics closely, my assessment would be that Brian Stile was designated by Paul Ryan to be in that position in order to protect Paul Ryan's involvement in the January 6th Fedsurrection. And there's some indicators that he was involved through his Sergeant-at-Arms, Paul Irving, who later became the Sergeant-at-Arms for Nancy Pelosi, who was instrumental in facilitating that breach on January 6th. Okay. Now, the previous committee fell under him. Now it's under Jim Jordan. And so the Speaker of the House designates the members on the Republican side, and the Minority Leader, Hakeem Jeffries, designates the 3 Democrats that are on that committee. And there's a rules package that designates the subcommittee, its left and right jurisdiction elements, etc. But I think there are some gaps in that subcommittee, because in order to get to the wholesome truth of January 6th, you have to understand things going back to 2014, which is why there was the auto pardons for individuals going back to 2014, because you're going to start to see in the time arc of history from 2014 going into 2021, the cover-up after escalatory cover-up that have involved not only Jim Comey, but more importantly, I think John Brennan as the director of the CIA. And you start to see some of the players involved in these escalatory cover-ups. It starts with Brennan. His inspector general was David Buckley. And then you saw the the Crossfire Hurricane op, and then you saw the Mueller investigation op to cover up the Crossfire Hurricane. And then you saw when the Mueller op failed with the dementia-ridden pre-patient, if you will, Mueller testifying very ineffectively, they had to launch the next operation to cover that up, which was the impeachment hoax #1 based on a whistleblower call. And then that essentially transitioned into the COVID op. And then the COVID op escalated into an illegal election conducted by 39 states illegitimately, and then certified without a quorum on January 6th. And guess who was the staff director of the January 6th original committee? It was John Brennan's Inspector General, David Buckley, who was also coincidentally one of the 51 spies who lied along with John Brennan. So this was a very strategic, deliberate human resources allocation op where they made sure that key critical individuals would always remain in place in the proverbial deep state at critical places, whether it's in the executive branch, the judicial branch, or in this case, the legislative branch, to perpetuate the cover-up and the previous cover-up and the previous cover-up. So effectively, the staff director of the original January 6th committee, David Buckley, was doing the bidding of John Brennan. And oh, by the way, remember the impeachment hoax #1? It was led by, it was initiated, if you will, by Eric Ciaramella, right? Eric Ciaramella, the quote-unquote whistleblower. When you look at his history, well, guess what? He worked for John Brennan as well. And so that coordination with Adam Schiff on the Intel Committee, when you start to see all the different categories of what I call treason and seditious conspiracy, and if it was a military service member, then you're looking at mutiny involved in that. You start to see a time mark of 11 years of treason. And that's why I created the deep state target list, because it's essentially individuals in each of those categories of treason where I've identified the individuals by name, date, place, transgression, and relationships at the highest level. And then obviously their staff that were involved in perpetuating the hoax, the cover-up, and then the escalatory cover-up that still continues to this day effectively, even though President Trump is in office. And there are some key individuals that are still influential at the DOJ, at the FBI, at the U.S. attorney's offices in the relevant U.S. attorney's offices, as well as at the CIA, that are continuing to slow walk the necessary accountability for those individuals going back to 2014 with the whole Ukraine pay-for-play money laundering scheme, which was essentially the first 10% for the big guy contract that was created when John Brennan teed up Joe Biden to tee up his son Hunter to be on the board of Burisma. And that's why you have the cover-up after escalatory cover-up to protect that Biden criminal syndicate. Now, I'm only referencing mostly right now, so far, the Democrat side of the corruption. There's another component to this that was either an operation run in parallel, but more than likely in coordination with the Democrat or the Biden criminal syndicate operation. And that would have been the launch of the Crossfire Hurricane operation is not a Democrat operation, because when you look at the FBI director at the time, Jim Comey, you kind of see that he is a Republican, right? A traditional Republican. Rod Rosenstein, okay, was a traditional Republican, the Deputy Attorney General for during that period of time during Crossfire Hurricane, who would have been the final signature authorization authority to allow for the unlawful spying operation on Carter Page to launch Crossfire Hurricane. And then in addition, Pete Strzok's senior Russia analyst was a gal by the name of Catherine Seaman, married to Mike Pence's chief of staff. Okay. So when you start throwing these names out, I mean, this is incestuous generational rot. And it doesn't really matter to me. And I know it doesn't matter to you, Jane, that I could care less if you have an R or D by your name. If you're conducting, like some of these people that I'm very vociferously going after and exposing, I don't know them. I judge them based on their actions, not based on their name, party affiliation, religion. I could care less how they look. I care only about their decisions and actions that resulted in some certain circumstances, just a clear indication treason, just straight up treason.
I like that. I think that's smart because I don't really believe the parties are really as separate as they claim to be. But for this subcommittee, this select subcommittee, what are your hopes from what you did not see with the first committee, and how are we going to get there?
Yeah, so great question. One thing I wanted to point out is that under the previous committee, Loudermilk was kind of boxed in on what he could and couldn't do, and there really wasn't an effective subpoena power. And I suspect that that's because Brian Stile, his chairman above him, refused. And this is not just suspecting or assuming. This is based on insiders in the game that were staff members that were communicating with me that there were some, there was slow walking. And then arguably they can say that, hey, we just didn't want to focus in on that. But when it's consistent and you see indicators consistent with they're trying to protect someone, my assessment is that it's in order to protect Paul Ryan and the Republican side of things, the establishment. Now, as far as the 5 members, why am I hopeful? I started off with saying that. It's because you have Clay Higgins that is already, he has already shown that he's willing to go into areas and investigate areas that the FBI doesn't want investigated. Additionally, I will say that over the last 4 years since January 6th, I have personally communicated and have compared notes not only with Congressman Clay Higgins, but with also Congressman Troy Nehls, who's on the subcommittee, also with Congressman Barry Loudermilk and his staff, also with who else? I haven't had substantive engagement with Congresswoman Harriet Hageman yet, but last week I actually went to Congress. It was maybe a week and a half ago. And as soon as I found out the members, I made it a point to physically visit and essentially identify who will be the staff that is going to be focused in on this subcommittee from those 5 congressional offices: Troy Nehls, Clay Higgins, Loudermilk, Griffith, and Hageman. So that there needs to be public interest so that the individuals on the subcommittee are motivated to get to the truth at the end of the day, right? Like when someone's watching you, that's not your boss, you kind of have more bosses to help facilitate that. So in essence, I consider them teammates, but it helps when hopefully I was supposed to do it last weekend, but Mr. Boone Cutler passed, and I was focused last week on efforts to support his family. But I thank you for that, Jane.
Yeah.
It was a rough week.
Well, it's just unpredicted. And I know he had a history of heart issues, but that when somebody passes that quickly, you don't even have time to really catch your breath.
Yeah, that's done, especially a week after Charlie's. We're all reeling from that. But so I visited the subcommittee members and have been engaging with them, and it's really to share. Like I probably spent more time on January 6th and looking at January 6th from the perspective of scrutinizing the legislative branch leadership's role and actions or potential nefarious activity. I would argue than anybody else. And so I want to share that knowledge in the context of the last 11 years, because I see the same players involved in January 6th, its cover up, its planning and run up to it. These are the same people that are linked back to the original transgression in 2014 of the Biden criminal syndicate. Just to name drop some initial indicators. Remember that when Kash Patel was the acting deputy DNI under Rick Grinnell, he released the 39 individuals that unmasked General Flynn, meaning unlawfully spied on an American citizen, General Flynn. One of those, when you start to look at in granular, like 8K pixel level analysis of each individual, which is what I do. I used to teach this stuff, and so I apply the same thing that I taught to be a professional analyst to the current problem set. And I look at the 39, and then I start to dig into each one. Oh, wow, Raskin is one of the names. And the first name is Sarah. And I think to myself, is there any relation to Jamie Raskin? Why, yes, there is. That's his wife. So Jamie Raskin's wife, one of the 39 that unmasked General Flynn, it now starts to make sense if you apply a logical assumption that The reason why Jamie Raskin was tasked by Nancy Pelosi in 2020 in the summer, according to Jamie Raskin's own book, to make sure that he could war game all different things that could take place on January 6th on behalf of the Democrats, and then lead impeachment hoax number 2. Is it because he was protecting his wife from being exposed as being one of the 39 that unlawfully unmasked General Flynn? Like, you see how this goes, right?
Sure. Yeah.
I think when you lay it out like that, I mean, would you agree that there's a fair assumption that this is all related and they're all covering it up?
Yeah.
I mean,
And
would you agree?
this is the interlocking, relationships that constitute, in my mind, in the Constitution, foreign and domestic enemies. These are the domestic enemies, just because they're
Absolutely.
Americans. So, it's important. I know your work is focused on the 30,000-foot view and the whole thing. And to that point, why hasn't Nancy Pelosi or anybody in leadership on the Democrat side been arrested? And we have everything in place. We have Trump and his cabinet, his DOJ. Why is that? Is it because of those? I don't want to answer it for you. You answer it for me.
Yeah, so a couple things. Let me start off with this. If you want to inject the clip where Criminal News Network reporter, the Donny O'Sullivan, I think the Irish citizen, right? A foreign citizen. He claims he has dual citizenship, but I don't know where his loyalties are, and nor did he identify that. But bottom line here is that when I was asked, who would you consider to be number one on your deep state target list? I mean, it's hard to say that because at the end of the day, I mean, John Brennan should be up there. James Comey should be up there. But if I were to just identify one individual, it would have to be the most influential traitor, and that would be, in the arc of the last 11-year history, the number 3 office holder constitutionally in our republic is the Speaker of the House. And Nancy Pelosi was in that position more than any other Speaker of the House or a minority leader. And so ergo, or effectively, she was in the highest level of position and influence. And I always argue that when I ask people, they get it wrong pretty much, is that, who's the most powerful person on the planet? It's not the president of the United States. It's not the richest person in the world, Elon Musk, right? It is the one person of any nation on the planet that has the ability to drive the agenda in determining where $6+ trillion annually is allocated into the global economy.
Amen.
That one individual, according to the U.S. Constitution, is the Speaker of the House. The Speaker starts the budgetary process in our constitutional republic. And so whoever is that office holder, they decide whom to bribe / provide funding to, whether it's to a Ukraine bribe that ultimately comes back into the coffers of both Democrat and Republican PACs, such as what happened with the FTX scandal, right? Send money to Ukraine, launder it back into political action committees. I've followed the money. Whether it's sending money to Israel to then be able to leverage and use through another cutout organization to buy off American politicians left and right, whether it's to the Chinese Communist Party to then create a mechanism for 10% for the big guy, right? Effectively, the Speaker of the House decides all of this. And Nancy Pelosi was a Speaker of the House twice during this 11-year period of time.
So why hasn't she been arrested?
So then she is target number one.
Right.
And that's what I said. Why hasn't she been dealt with? Well, Democrats stab Americans in the face and Republicans stab Americans in the back. Okay. And considering that Democrats and Republicans constitute pretty much the entire political landscape and the constitutional actors across all 3 branches of government, and then Article 4 branch of government, which is essentially the state leadership of the state legislatures, etc. We, the people, have to step up in order to pierce through the censorship, which we're doing here on this platform, in your show, and essentially mobilize folks to. We have to come to a moment where those that are neighbors of those of the deep state target list, those that are family members, those that are, you name it, vendors that deal with these individuals, we have to get to a moment in our country where every single person that they interact with already in the court of public opinion deems them guilty of treason before let's just call it for what it is. Am I able to use expletives on this show, or?
Sure. We'll test it out.
I'll avoid them. So I'll be colorful, but I'll try to avoid expletives and say, we went from a tyrannical, illegitimate, belligerent, installed regime for 4 years under the Biden criminal syndicate installed by the CCP and others to a beta, cuck, coward, toxic, feckless administration that does not hold anyone to account.
You mean the current
And I'm
one?
going to say the current one.
Okay.
Right.
Well, I'm proud of you
Filled
for
with
calling
cowards. Okay.
Yep.
Now, I'm going to start positively and say, from my perspective, you'll disagree with me, but this is my perspective, that a majority of the administration and cabinet I'm not talking about the White House, I'm talking about cabinet members at the leadership level, are actually doing a fairly good job. I would give them a C, C minus, up to an A, depending
Wow.
on who you ask.
You're right. We would disagree.
Except for the Department of Justice is completely, they don't even have an F. We're at a 0. I mean, this is complete failure. Now, the toxic, feckless cowards at the leadership level will complain and say, well, we still have a lot of deep state in there, and we have a lot of these people that are slow rolling and slow walking. I have a simple solution for all of this, but it requires courage. As other people say, it requires a couple stones, right? And what does that look like? Simple. You go in, for example, if somebody else came in to be the director of the FBI, let me just say for myself, if it was me or if I was advising someone, day one, as the FBI director, as the attorney general, or any other cabinet level official, you walk in and say, all right, folks, let me pull off the shelf my list of who has been a whistleblower in this organization in the last 4 years. Guess what? You are now elevated to the most senior positions in my organization. And if anybody in this organization wants to talk to me, the director of so-and-so, it has to go through any one of you whistleblowers.
Okay, stop.
To filter through.
So they come in and they say, Ivan, we know we've given you this position and we see what you're doing, but if you want to keep the position and get a little something done, you got to stop doing A, B, and C because we don't like it. We're the internal controllers, the Susie Wiles and all that. I know we'll get to her in a minute. Everybody seems to get flipped when they go in. Maybe not 100%.
So this is what I do. I walk in. The first second I walk in, all the whistleblowers that were whistleblowers, you are now my senior staff, okay? All of you, because you've publicly proven up that you would not withstand the illegitimate, belligerent regime of yesteryear. Number two, the next level so they protect me as the director because they've already proved up that they're going to push back against the internal deep state in their own organizations. Number two, the next echelon beneath them are going to be those that I pull off the shelf and say, oh, look, let me see who never submitted to the DNA mutilation experiment or the myocarditis making experiment. Because guess what? You proved yourself to be a critical thinker. You need to be elevated and promoted for that. Now they fill out the secondary ranks. And then the next thing, this is all within the first hour of me being director, okay? The next up is, guess what? Every single person that ended up getting the jab, you don't have badge access to go into work tomorrow or as of like right now. And if you want to come back to work, you have to write up a sworn affidavit explaining two key things. One, what did you use for your basis of getting jabbed? Meaning, did someone coerce you? If so, provide all the evidence, emails, text messages, meetings, etc., with names behind it. Two, what sources of information did you use in order to be convinced into accepting and taking the jab? That evidence in the collective, think about it, 10,000 people writing that, right? 95% of the organization.
Okay.
If they want to come back into work.
Within an administration that has a president who unequivocally insists this is the best thing since sliced bread, that this is still the best thing, it's still in the childhood schedule, mRNA, the COVID jab. We've had Fruit Loops
You
and
see wherein lies the problem.
all
Jane.
bullshit surrounding it, but we don't have the real target. We don't have anybody touching. And you have a president who comes right out and says it's fabulous. And people go crazy when I talk about it, but I'm going to still talk about it. How do you do what I want you in there, Ivan, but how do you do that with that as your leadership?
Perfect question statement. And it doesn't end there, because guess what? Dan Bongino is a devout jab consumer as well, isn't he? Maybe that's why he got cancer. So is Dan Bongino in a position of moral authority to put out this order?
Absolutely not.
The FBI. Is Kash Patel in a position, considering every time he was asked about his vaccination or jab status, he would divert and say, oh, you're asking that question because you're probably jabbed. I have a solution for you. There's some therapeutics in the detox that he would sell, right? So if somebody's saying that, would you consider him unjabbed or jabbed if he's deflecting?
But these people were chosen by Trump. These people that took the jab.
You think Kash Patel is in the position of moral authority to direct,
absolutely
and
not,
lead those that were whistleblowers? That not only were they whistleblowers on one front, they didn't submit to the experiment because they were critical thinkers. Okay, so therein lies the problem. So then here's where we go. The person needs to come in that's unjabbed. Like that's the best qualifier in determining who should be representing us in government. Because at this point in time, maybe folks that are listening in, they submitted to the jab. Wouldn't you want people in leadership positions representing you that got it right?
Well,
right.
Except that Congress exempted themselves, and they're shysters, and they take bribe money in the form of lobby money, and they exempted themselves and their 7,000 staffers from the shots. So I'm not sure that would qualify them to be good people in your department, because they didn't take it, they were hiding.
I didn't say that they. Okay, I get it. I get your point.
You know, I'm going to be passionate about this part of it.
No, fair point. I want you to. Yeah, absolutely. This is good. So there is that component as well. But at the end of the day, okay, say they got the exemption, then they're not as courageous as someone that was compelled into taking it, but then pushed back, sued, etc. Right? I get it. So there's a hierarchy.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The MyPillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, MyPillow 2.0. When I invented MyPillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. MyPillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. MyPillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of MyPillow.
Now's the time to go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your MyPillow 2.0.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
MyPillow.com.
Hi, everyone. I just read a report that Americans are outliving their retirement savings, leaving them in a doomed position. That's because their retirement has been set up the same as before, using the old default strategies that haven't changed since the 1970s. Well, this is great for financial advisors and retirement companies, but often leaves your life savings positioned poorly. Companies like BlackRock and Vanguard keep getting bigger, while your retirement struggles to keep pace with rising expenses. But it doesn't have to be that way. My great friends at Augusta Precious Metals have put together an important report tailored to my audience. Many of you have over $100,000 in your IRA, 401k, or TSP, which means you need to get your hands on this concise but powerful 2-minute report about how to take full control of your financial future. Go to goldwithjane.com. That's
that are not willing to bend the knee.
It's a good point.
That creates a layer of protection. Yeah. And then the second layer of those that didn't come out publicly, but internally pushed back and didn't take the jab. You have to respect that because they were critical thinkers. They still were facing persecution, at least internally, right? And so you create the next layer of protection. And now you have an entire staff and cadre along with not forcing, but demanding that there be a sworn affidavit of the circumstances upon which you took the jab. Now I get it. If you just took it voluntarily because you didn't do critical thought, okay, great. You can remain at my agency, but you're not going to get promoted. Okay, great. Because you're going to cooperate and graduate just like you did the last time when somebody compelled you in something unlawful. This time you're going to have to cooperate and graduate. But the sworn affidavits of those in the collective of who compelled them, you're going to start seeing entire leadership teams knowing that, like, think about it. If you're in a leadership position, you had to compel others into the jab.
Right.
And so you already know you're on the hook and you're literally about to get smoked out. So they're going to start fleeing for the woods just by virtue of saying this. So this now frees things up so that administratively, as the director, I don't have to administratively punish a lot of people.
Okay.
At least initially. But I can focus more on working with those senior staff members to start to build criminal referrals on everybody in the organization to cleanse it.
But then those high heel clacking down the hall, and Susie Wiles comes in and says, Ivan, I know you were lucky and miraculous to get this position, but you're not going to you're not going to pick those 8 people. You can only pick one. What are you going to do? Most powerful senior appointed position in the government.
I think, to quote a president, the most powerful woman in the world, but I'll say it this way. Let's back up and step back and say this.
Okay.
We talked about the J6 committee. We're kind of talking about my second passion at equal level is COVID accountability. Okay. I got to give credit where credit's due because I've been very critical, maybe even more than you, about the name you just mentioned. Okay. I'm seeing indications based on, and let's back up. For Tulsi Gabbard to go into the White House to give a press briefing about the 2016 Russia hoax in the White House, I know it for a fact that Susie Wiles allowed that to happen.
Right.
So I have to say that, again, I don't know these people. I got to give credit where credit's due because that was big positive. Number 2, the January 6th, this select subcommittee, even though it was a limited hangout, slow walk, we're still moving the ball down the field. And I know on good authority that Susie Wiles facilitated and instigated that to take place. Okay. Next, on the COVID accountability front, she didn't block Pete Hegseth to meet with those individuals several weeks ago about, you're tracking, right? That attended the COVID essentially reinstatement meeting.
Right.
At the Department of Defense. That was allowed to take place. Now I get it. Maybe there's some elements that are trying to subvert it after it happened, but we're seeing, how do I call it? That those that we were critical of before, and again, if evidence changes, I'll be just as critical as anybody. But these are some indications that I'm seeing that they're negotiating, not negotiating, they're compromising. At least from what I expected them to push back on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So the verdict is still out on whether or not, because I want to be fair. Those are some indications that are clearly, like, they had to be under the approval, and I have direct evidence of it, that it was she that allowed and facilitated some of this.
Yeah.
So to me, the 2 most important things for me is COVID accountability to the maximum and the January 6th truth with maximum punishment.
Okay, so COVID accountability to the maximum. You just mentioned Pete Hegseth. The sort of elephant in that room, in the military room, that nobody's talking about is that this did not come. There's plenty of receipts, and I could go on and on, but I want you to speak. But there's plenty of evidence to show that this was a DOD operation through DARPA and BARDA. It was created at Fort Detrick. It was distributed beginning at Fort Detrick. There is such blood on the hands of somebody in high position in the DOD that if we don't get to it, when they come out with the next shot, we're going to be faced with the same exact thing. And you're talking to somebody who in 2021 was pulled in to show there were only a handful of us that had pharmaceutical interface association to be able to say to the courts, don't give this to our military. You're going to decimate it. You're going to decimate our readiness. And nobody's talking about that. And where has Hegseth, who's the chief of that department, even mentioned the mRNA, that it was created in the government, in the military? And it's still there, by the way. Babies are getting shot up every day in the United States with this poison.
All right, big picture level.
Okay.
A lot of those that are in current positions at the highest levels of this administration were initially, best case scenario, they were operating in good faith and were duped by the entire censorship industrial complex of those people involved going back to 2014 that later became the censorship folks that convinced and compelled folks into safe and effective, free and fair, right? All the different phrases. So I would venture to say that they're at best embarrassed for being duped into that. And so they don't want to re-adjudicate things that make themselves look like complete morons.
But there was never an initial adjudication. When you say re-adjudicate, there's never been accountability.
I agree. I'm probably
I know.
I want accountability more than probably anybody out there. I want maximum, right? Live streamed accountability so that people fear committing a transgression anytime in the future.
Okay.
So going back to this.
Yeah, you and Brad Miller, Colonel Brad Miller, are the only two that I can see that really get it. I know you're both working within what you can, but you're the only ones that truly, truly get it. The rest of the military guys and girls are like begging their perpetrators in Congress, for help, when those are the people that look the other way.
I'll say this, that we need good cop and bad cop approach.
Okay.
And what I use that as an analogy to, you have to have, there's an inside game and an outside game, okay? The inside game is obviously going to be a little bit more polite. The outside game is going to be a little bit more direct, okay? And as long as people understand their roles and we're moving the ball down the field within the frame that we have, sometimes you got to give them a little honey for them to not fight as hard so that the bees don't sting, okay?
Okay.
You know what I mean? And then if the bee starts to sting, guess what? Then that's when the fly swatter can come out, and that would be me, right?
Okay, sounds good.
So going back to you mentioned names in the White House. Actually, let's close out the
J6
select committee.
Okay, can I just ask your opinion? Why hasn't President Trump cleaned up the pardons? We got a few stragglers.
We're getting into that.
All right.
Let me close out. So the select subcommittee, in order for that select subcommittee to be as effective as it can be, I mean, ideally it would be a committee in the House with a committee in the Senate, headed up by Vice President J.D. Vance is a dual branch officer. He's the number 2 guy in the executive branch, can order all communications released from DOD, DOJ, DHS, the intel community that communicated with the legislative branch related to January 6th. And on the flip side, as the president of the Senate, he can order his Senate Sergeant at Arms, who is currently the chair of the Capitol Police Board, to order the Capitol Police General Counsel to release all information related to January 6th weaponization, communications, etc., to expose it all. Okay. And that the general counsel's name is Tad DeBias. He needs to be investigated to the max to expose it all. Because the weaponization on J6ers initiated from the Capitol Police leadership, and the weaponization started with Tad DeBias in coordination with Jamie Raskin with his impeachment management role in the impeachment hoax 2, and then David Buckley, who was the staff director, who was John Brennan's inspector general. Okay. So those are 3 key individuals. But it's up to J.D. Vance to do it. But under the current construct, we can still be able to work some of these issues. And I think we're going to get to that. Now, as far as the pardons, in order for this J6 subcommittee to get to the truth of January 6th, they have to have access to 3 individuals to be able to fill out a lot of these gaps in information. The chief of the Capitol Police at the time, Chief Stephen Son, Tarek Johnson, who was an operational commander at the U.S. Capitol Police, can lay out the tactical and operational and personnel understanding of U.S. Capitol Police and who was involved. Chief Son at the highest levels, Capitol Police Board, and then because he spent 30 years at Metropolitan Police Department, ending as the Special Operations Director Commander, he can give both the MPD understanding a role as well as leadership role in the U.S. Capitol Police. And the last person is Shane Lamond, who was the head of intel of the Metropolitan Police Department on January 6th and 7 years prior. I have been communicating with all three. The problem is we don't have a government entity that talks to them, right? Oh, and the last person would be, for example, the head of security at the RNC, Ken Capolino, who can tell under oath all the details about how he saw that it was literally a decoy, the pipe bomb at the RNC, okay? So Shane Lamond is one of our, what I argue, 14 individuals either that are related to J6 or adjacent to J6 that still need a pardon or some actioning by this administration that have yet to receive any sort of action. And what I mean by that is he's supposed to report on October 1st next week to prison. Why? Because he was going to testify truthfully in the Proud Boys trial about Enrique Tarrio and the Proud Boys, and that testimony would have completely debunked the Nancy Pelosi narrative of an insurrection. Okay? So Shane Lamond was charged and convicted after this 2024 election for obstruction of Democrat narrative. And he was sentenced, and he reports October 1st, unless he gets a pardon. And so it begs the question, Mr. President Trump, Mr. Lead Counsel at the White House, David Warrington, Ms. Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, Mr. Ed Martin, the pardon attorney, Mr. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. Can you explain to me and this audience why you are blocking Barry Loudermilk from being able to access one of the most important three witnesses that can testify to Metropolitan Police Department, Chief Conte, the mayor of DC, and any MPD undercover officers that were acting in a nefarious way as it relates to J6 to expose the fake insurrection? Why are you allowing him to be sentenced, convicted, and put in prison so that Loudermilk cannot access him?
And you just named all those people that are the closest that report to President Trump. So why?
Absolutely.
So why do you think they're restricting Loudermilk?
Well, I don't think they know, to be honest. I'm saying in the way that I'm saying to kind of raise the red flag of, hey, you're in a position to issue a pardon, Mr. Warrington. He's the president's attorney in the White House, David Warrington. The attorney, let's face it, this is how pardons work. So the U.S. attorney, for which the U.S. attorney that criminalized the defendant is the one that should start first off, the individual requests a pardon. The U.S. attorney's office gives a recommendation or not, meaning Jeanine Pirro, since her office, her predecessor was the one that criminalized Shane Lamond. So then she would give a recommendation. Does Jeanine Pirro have any clue about January 6th? I don't think so, because she didn't really do anything that I saw over the last 4.5 years related to January 6th as a faux news contributor, right? She may have said something early on, but then was told to not talk about it because Paul Ryan's on the board. You know the deal.
Right.
And so she probably doesn't know anything about it. Now, if she's a good faith actor, like it's incumbent on folks like me to identify it. Well, you're not going to pay attention to it unless it's a hyperbolic statement, right? That offends you. And so, because, these are victims that get offended. Most people that don't have courage. You can call me any name in the book. Great. That means you have courage to call me a name. Bring it. So next up is the recommendation goes to the pardon office in the Department of Justice. Well, guess what? It's not only Ed Martin and Jeanine Pirro. Let's assume that everybody is operating in good faith. Jeanine Pirro, Ed Martin, Pam Bondi, Todd Blanche, Pam Bondi, and David Warrington. They still have an entire staff that they didn't extract. They still have a jabbed staff that was duped at best case scenario into being complicit cowards that believe the hype that these guys shouldn't be pardoned, or they were part of the criminalization of the very person that is trying to get a pardon. Make sense?
Okay, but can't President Trump cut through all of that and just say pardon, pardon, pardon? That's it. Done.
He has to know about it in order to cut through it.
He doesn't know that there are three.
If it works through the chain of command,
he doesn't know the total.
It'll never get to him.
Wow. I know more than the president of the United States sometimes. It's really
Now,
interesting.
How can we convey it to him?
Doesn't make sense.
Well, we do a podcast like this. Okay.
You think he watches
Or we
it?
directly contact him.
You think he watches the Dr. Jane Ruby show?
I think there are enough people that are in the ecosystem of President Trump that watch the Dr. Jane Ruby show, especially when we crop out certain components and send them directly to Mr. Warrington, Miss Bondi, Mr. Martin, Miss Janine Pirro. I know somebody that has all their contact information. Okay? I do. Okay? So as we do these interviews, whether they want it or not, I mean, these are just recommendations. I get it. I may say it in a way that, is unlikable. But I say it because I'm sick of this.
Right.
Because you can't even do the simple things. What are the the harder things is, we have to put together a criminal evidence referral and package and this and that. You know what the simple wins are? Ms. Pirro, Mr. Martin, Mr. Blanche, Ms. Bondi, Mr. Warrington, President Trump. How about you look into the 8 oath keepers that haven't been pardoned and then ask yourself, wow, none of them were even charged or convicted of a violent crime. Why didn't we pardon them? J.D. Vance, didn't you say that we should only pardon the nonviolent J6ers? But lo and behold, 250 of the 1561 that were pardoned were violent, but the 8 oath keepers weren't violent and you didn't pardon them. Who is behind advocating not pardoning those individuals, Mr. President? Therein lies your problem. Oh, did I fail to mention the 4 Proud Boys that have still yet to be pardoned? 3 of them also did not commit an act of violence. There was only one that arguably did. And here's the circumstance of it. I've looked at every single case. Mr. Warrington, I'm sure you have not. Ms. Bondi, you probably haven't either. But maybe you probably need to. So the 4 Proud Boys, 3 not convicted of violence. 1, Dominic Pizzola, was charged for, they call this violence. According to Dominic Pizzola's testimony, he picked up a riot shield and then dropped it a few minutes later. Would you consider that violence?
No, of course not. They've trumped up all this crap.
Okay. What if you were to use the testimony of the U.S. Capitol Police officer who have been known to perjure themselves, like David Lazarus, who was in the Dignitary Protection Division protecting Nancy Pelosi and testified falsely completely in the Oath Keepers trial, where he said that he was with Harry Dunn and the Oath Keepers were, oh my God, it was so scary. When you watch the video where David Lazarus was, he wasn't even in the Capitol. He was in another building.
I hear what you're saying.
Okay. So back to the Proud Boys, Dominic Pizzola. So one of the officers said that, oh no, Mr. Pizzola pulled the riot shield from me and dropped it later. Would you call pulling a riot shield violence? Okay. Let's just assume that it's violence.
Not real. No, but when you're dealing with law enforcement,
Let's just say that it is, okay? Is that more or less violent than the 250 other instances of individuals that were pardoned committed violence?
Right. It's uneven. It's not.
It's pitiful.
It's
it's embarrassing.
fair.
J.D. Vance, it's embarrassing.
And
Mr. Vice President.
Speaking of political prisoners, let's shift over, if we could, just a little bit to Pam Bondi stepping in it last week with "We will hunt you down." What nation am I in?
Let me close off with Tina Peters because she's a J6.
Yes.
So we had 8,
she's still in prison.
Keepers, 4 Proud Boys, Shane Lamont, the DC Metro guy, and then Tina Peters is adjacent.
And they're saying that Tina Peters' case is different because it's a state charge. So help clear that up.
This is how you fix it, Mr. President. All you have to do is pick up your phone. Call in Ms. Bondi. Actually, you know what? Call in David Warrington, Pam Bondi, and the director of the U.S. Marshals, Mr. Serralta. Okay? All you have to do is say, Tina Peters is a federal witness. The only one of 3,143 county clerks and equivalents in the country that did the right thing to protect the evidence of the 2020 election heist in her county, Mesa County, Colorado. Federal, okay?
Tina
the federal
Peters.
component
Yep.
of the election,
Yep.
Tina Peters. She's a federal witness. And so all you have to do is, hey, Pam, why don't you tell Mr. Serralta to go ahead and mobilize all 4,000 plus U.S. Marshals to raid the insurrectionist Colorado prison to physically extract with all force necessary to remove her safely from being a prisoner of war from insurrectionist Colorado's grip and bring her into federal custody. That is such a simple proposition.
Then why doesn't
And
it happen?
If in the mission analysis of raiding Colorado, 4,000 U.S. Marshals are insufficient, then they need to deputize any and all federal assets to extract her.
I love this, but why isn't?
But it
you must be-
requires courage, Jane.
All right, now we're getting to it. I don't. That's fine. I'm pushing you on this because I want the
We don't
American,
have that.
I want the American people to recognize it because they're always saying, "What can I do?" And well, it's doomed.
They would rather have them continue to weaponize against Tina Peters until she rots and dies in prison.
Sure, it's awful.
That's what's going on.
Yeah. Okay.
Prove me wrong, like Charlie Kirk would say. Prove me wrong.
I
Or
know.
not, or in some of these other podcasters.
So Charlie Kirk, I'm going to hit you with it's like the lightning round. Charlie Kirk, government, foreign government, inside job. What are your thoughts?
My analysis is that to me the question is, why was there even a shooter? And to answer that question, I come to this conclusion. The only reason why there was even a shooter, it's because James Comey with his 8647 seashells or whatever you want to call it, inspires these people, meaning our current federal government is not holding anyone to account, and thus those, whoever they are, feel that they can do whatever they want. They can assassinate whomever they want.
I would agree with that.
It begs the question.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Is Charlie Kirk's blood on this administration's hands for their inaction?
Well, that's an important question because there's no blood. There was no blood on the chair, on his shirt, on anybody who dragged him to the. But I know that's a totally different topic. But you were talking
But
about.
I'll answer you this way: on the tactical level of who I think shot, every single theory that I've seen so far is not compelling, other than, to me, based on the movement of his body, it seems as though it was from the 4 o'clock position at a second floor level. Is, to me, looks a little bit more compelling. But again, without an autopsy, and there's a lot of information out there. Like anything the government has said so far, it's not convincing at all.
I
mean, it's
would
just straight up
agree.
BS.
I would agree. A lot of medical things are not. I always go.
But again,
through
some of the theories of close proximity shots and all that,
Yeah.
I don't buy into that either.
Yeah.
I don't fully discount anything, but so far I haven't been convinced of any of the theories out there. I think we're getting close, and I honestly think that between, I think Candace Owens will probably be the one to get to closest to the truth because she has the platform and interest to do so, and she's somewhat of a she's a third party to the activities.
Right.
And because she has a big enough platform and is indicating that she's interested in getting to the bottom of this, she's going to get the most evidence inbound from the internet that then, I mean, no one trusts the FBI. It doesn't matter if it's Kash Patel
Right.
or, or Dan Bongino, or it doesn't matter if it's a Republican or Democrat. We don't trust the entire institution before making any comment on it. But I'll say this, when you talked about, Operation Warp Speed and you talked about DOD involvement in it, at the end of the day, at the big picture level, I think most people would agree that at this point, with the disclosures by Ron Johnson and Rand Paul and some of their hearings and testimony, that there was a, Ralph Barrick, the North Carolina component, right, the UNC, and NIAID Fauci funded a lab in Wuhan Okay.
Yeah.
That subsequently had a lab incident. Even the initial assessment that was barred from being discussed by big tech platforms because you had FBI embeds in there censoring.
Yeah.
You weren't allowed to say that it was a lab incident. And it was never
that's interesting.
conclusive whether or not the incident was intentional or early release or accidental, right? Operation Warp Speed essentially launched in March, and then there were DoD elements that, I mean, that's something interesting. But I think the bigger problem, again, that requires scrutiny and identifying
and more
what
documents
happened at that time. I agree.
Right.
But I think what really, the dynamic really changed when Operation Warp Speed went from, hey, let's create a capability as an option,
right,
to let's create a experiment, right, an option,
right,
and then let's make that option an illegal forced inoculation.
Right.
That to me is when the illegality took place.
Take this or don't feed your family.
Right? Yeah. And so that's where therein lies the August 23rd FDA approval, the August 24th Lloyd Austin vaccine mandate of FDA approved products that then later in September, an individual wrote a implementation memo that as of May of this year, the Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness labeled as an unlawful act that we are now in the process of criminalizing.
That's a
when
win.
I say we, you're looking at one of the we.
That's a win, right? A huge win.
That was a win in the rhetorical sense. There has yet to be accountability, but I'm in the process of working through that.
Okay.
And that I may have a victory lap to talk to you about as early as Halloween on that front.
Okay, no treat or no tricks, just treats.
Just treats.
All right.
But we shall see.
Do you want to say anything about my question on Pam Bondi going off sort of this is my language, off the reservation of the Constitution?
Yeah.
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 I mean, I was blown away. I was like, did I wake up in Nazi Germany this morning? What happened?
Yeah.
We will absolutely target you, go after you if you are targeting anyone with hate speech. We will absolutely target you, go after you if you are targeting anyone with hate speech.
And again, I know these people, right? Pam, Cash, Dan.
Did she get in trouble?
I advocated for Cash and Dan to be in their positions, but they haven't performed. Okay. And so I got to call a spade a spade.
I appreciate your honesty on that.
So, I mean, same thing with Mike Waltz.
Did she get in trouble?
I was hesitant about stuff. So let's just say Pam Bondi.
Did she get in trouble? Was she?
She had to walk it back because let's just be honest.
Yeah.
Hate speech. I don't know what that means. I know there's speech and then there's speech, and it has the word speech in it. So the First Amendment talks about what? Freedom of speech. So apparently, I don't know what law school Pam Bondi went to, but it shouldn't matter. But at the end of the day, if you're a private company, right? You're a private citizen, private company, just like the big tech. If big tech was censoring because they on their own volition said, you know what? We don't want this information to be on our platform. I would have not have liked it because it doesn't fit into the ethos of the First Amendment in general terms, but that's a private company. Okay. Now, if they're doing that, there's ways that we can leverage and slow them down. The marketplace is going to decide. So we're going to make them go bankrupt by creating Rumble and Truth and Telegram, etc. But when the government is involved in that censorship or creating coercion, and I get it.
Or hunting you down.
I don't like it when, to me, I mean, I know Charlie Kirk, not closely. I've known him for 6-7 years. I've crossed paths with him on multiple occasions. I have positive things to say about him. Courageous young man. But at the end of the day, even if somebody's saying vile things that aren't inciting violence, well, guess what? Sorry.
Right.
Like if their employer wants to punish them for it,
they have the right. That's
I'm
right.
all for that. And that's
I am
appropriate.
too. I am too.
But if the government starts to do something against that, you become my enemy now. And now you're moving from, oh, you're a friendly voice that is now the attorney general. You're now moving from being a coward. So like up until that point when she made that statement, she moved into the coward status along with Kash and Dan because they're doing nothing to effectuate accountability. But once you start to restrict First Amendment, even to my enemies, guess what? You are a much greater threat to me. And so she's teetering on, she got real close to me nominating her to my deep state target list until she walked it back. I mean, that's where I stand. Because I don't I could care less if you're Republican, you're Democrat. We got a base document called the Constitution. That is our contract with our government. And when when it impacts me personally, guess what? Let's go. I'm happy to guarantee mutually assured destruction. Because let's face it, they're in a position of power. I have small influence through my reach and my voice, but that's where my influence is. Once you stop allowing me and others to speak, because at the end of the day, I could be wrong. And somebody else that I totally disagree with could convince me to the contrary. I don't need the government to block that communication from taking place. If I don't want to listen to someone, guess what? I get to mute and block them on my own cognition. And they can do the same thing to me. I don't need some third party dictating what information I consume.
Look, I'm not even a lawyer. She's a lawyer, long history, a lot of political legal work, and now the Attorney General of the United States. How did she not know she was overstepping the Constitution by... Well, that's amazing.
What do you guys think about that particular argument before we move on here? What do you think about the hate speech, internet, free speech argument? Oh, I wasn't really planning on staying here and watching anything tonight, but looks like there's some good stuff. I want to check this out now, so let's check it out. This is Josh Reed on the Revival of America podcast.
This space was downloaded via spacesdown.com. Visit to download your spaces today.
I'm not getting any audio yet. You guys getting any audio yet?
Shortly, I'm going to wait for a few more people to come on, and then, of course, Josh, and then we'll get started. Over 100 countries, just to be relevant, right? So, also, too, everybody. All right, I just sent you the list of this.
I like to skip ahead.
Get on top of that. Okay, so that would make sense because I think myself and Santino, we were trying to give you an invite, whether it be co-host or speaker, because we were just seeing you as a listener.
Weird. Yeah, but I was like, what's up, my homies? How we all doing today?
Oh my gosh, I'm doing great. And I just want to compliment you once again on the show that you, Nino, and Alpha did. I mean, you guys you're doing great individually on your own, and then you and Alpha together. That show, though, I think is very important, kind of where we're at right now in this movement, because we see this narrative being spun out there right now of Trump's compromise, and he's Netanyahu's puppet. So you guys broke it down, and I tell my audience all the time, we are at war, and we are watching the art of war unfold in front of us. If people haven't read that or know what that's about, I highly recommend you do it. But again, and Trump has said, we're never going to give our enemy our next move. So what Alpha did with Josh and Nino, they broke it down, and it's absolutely amazing. So I hope more people come in here so we can kind of hopefully shut a little bit of this bullshit narrative down. So I'm going to give you the floor. I wanted to compliment you, but I really think if we can kind of hone in on that a little bit more and just do whatever you do, Josh, because you're kicking ass, my friend.
Yeah, I know. We can start on that topic. If you're just someone who's looking at everything that's going on, but not like researching it or really kind of looking deep into things, you're going to miss a lot. And I mean, that's what there's a lot of us out there. That's what we do, is we look into the deeper aspect of things. And people are like, well, give me an example that, Trump isn't compromised by Israel. Well, I'll give you a lot of different examples. How about a $654 billion arms deal to Saudi Arabia? How about a defense cooperation agreement with Qatar? How about a defense pact right after Israel sent a missile into Doha, Qatar, where Trump says that they treat Qatar as an ally, and if anybody attacks them, then the United States will back them up. Those are some strong words. And that's not happening because there's other Arab nations or EU is trying to invade Qatar. The only enemy that Qatar has in that whole region is Netanyahu's regime. And I do preface Netanyahu's regime because I'm not talking about Israel. I'm not talking about the good people, the Jewish people. I am talking about Netanyahu specifically. So when we start to look at it, there's what I call perceptional optics. It's kind of how deep you look at the world and the optics that are being portrayed to you, and how you gauge that in the context of the level you want to go deep, right? So when you look at Donald Trump, listen, nobody tells Donald Trump what to do. If you're seeing a situation in which Donald Trump seems to be acquiescing or giving up power and authority or being friendly to one person that you thought that he shouldn't be friendly to, there's a reason for it. It's strategic. This man, he doesn't make mistakes like this. So when we start to look at what's happening right now between the U.S. and Israel, I would say that U.S. and Israel relations are probably the lowest that they've been in decades right now. And, partially, and I'm going to blame it on Israel, or Netanyahu, not Israel, Netanyahu. I'll blame it on Netanyahu. And so if Netanyahu wanted everybody to stop talking about Israel, everybody to shut up about all the conspiracy theories, he just needs to shut up and go away for a month. Seriously, take a vacation. Stop going on podcasts. Stop going out into the freaking news and media and giving interviews and saying dumb shit. Because that's one of Israel's biggest problems, Netanyahu. Now, also, we also have to understand that the United States views Israel as an ally. And why is that? Well, when you look back to it, it's the spiritual nature of things. Israel occupies the homeland right now. And if that homeland was ever given up to radical Muslim nations, imagine what that would do. That's horrific to even think about that. So I think that a lot of the Trump administration's support for Israel in the context of military and defense comes about because it's not necessarily Netanyahu's regime that they're protecting. They're protecting the Holy Land. They're protecting Jerusalem. They're protecting the sacred place to the Christians all around the world and Jews all around the world. So, when we start to, and people have questions on this about why Donald Trump has, it looks like he's compromised. I'll gladly answer them. But I've done a thorough analysis on this, and everything that we're seeing in the backdrop is the antithesis that Donald Trump is compromised. Instead, it's telling us that he is absolutely in control, and he's countered every single move that would bring about a compromise.
And you know what? Since we're talking about to everybody, if you guys have questions, please feel free to request a mic. I will unmute your mic. Since we're talking about the state of like the Holy Land, the Trump and the people that he's protecting, because a lot of people, there's like the government, which is of Israel, which is the Netanyahu, right? And then you have the Israeli people, right? Can you kind of, because I think a lot of people are getting confused when to separate the two. They're combining them all in a bunch when people talk about the Jews or the Jews. It's people like if they're hating on all these people, right? Can you kind of separate the two for people? I understand it, but maybe you can break it down to people where they're two separate things.
Well, Jenny, stop being anti-Semitic. Jeez. So, listen, we have a certain culture in America where we kind of generalize everything, right? So when we know that the Bush administration waged war in Iraq, we say America went to war with Iraq. Now, that's a generalization because it really wasn't Americans. Most Americans were opposed to those wars. right? It was the Bush administration that went to war with Iraq and Afghanistan after September 11th, even though they had nothing to do with September 11th. But if you ask anybody around the world, they'll say that it was the Americans that went to war with Afghanistan. It was the American war in Afghanistan. Well, fuck that. Like 85% of us never agreed with it in the first place. But that's how we speak. That's our language, right? We operate primarily in generalizations. So when people say Jews run the world, they're not talking about all the Jews throughout the world. They're not talking about I got great Jewish friends. We're not talking about my great Jewish friends, right? We're not talking about our friends that are Jewish. We're talking about a very, very small minority of people around the world. So primarily they are Zionist, which is a political / spiritual movement, but it's political. And the Netanyahu regime, and corroboration between the Netanyahu regime, Israeli intelligence, and these various billionaires and financiers around the world who run NGOs and NPOs and philanthropies and utilize that to propagate their agenda and their narrative. So when people say Jews, it's okay to correct them, but just understand what they're saying. They're not talking about the entirety of the Jewish populace. They're not talking about biblical Israel. We're not talking about, spiritual Israel. We're talking about a very, very small minority of people here.
Thank you, Josh. All right, guys. Jessica, I see that you requested a mic. Did you have a question for Josh?
Well, it's not a question. It's just a statement about what he said earlier about where everybody was saying that Trump was, Netanyahu was controlling Trump. When that Iran strike happened, I seen it completely opposite, because it seemed to me that Israel took out all their defenses so Trump can do what he's been wanting to do since he's posted on back in 2011 or 2013, Iran can't have nukes. So Israel took out their defenses. Trump just drops the bomb and gets out.
I see it completely the contrary. Israel would have lasted maybe another 2 weeks militarily against Iran. Iran had not even began to start. Iran has well over 2,500 ballistic missiles that can reach into Israel. They shot, I think, 8 or 9 of them. They have hypersonic missiles, which they shot 2 of them. Iran never mobilized their army. In the context of defense, Iran has, I think, over 100 military bases spread throughout Iran, and many of the ones in northern Syria were destroyed. But when we start to look at this, Israel's a very small country in comparison to Iran. I think Iran's population is like 60 million, where Israel's is about 3 million. Israel could not have survived that war another week and a half, 2 weeks. Iran was getting ready to beef it up. Really, it was just a tit for tat in the context of how Iran was doing warfare. And most of the warfare that was actually happening was really behind the scenes with the assassinations that Israel was doing. That was where they really hit home with Iran. But in the context of taking out Israel or Iran's defense, not so much. Those B-2 bombers could have flew in there even with Iranian defenses, and Iran had anti-air systems and so forth active. So I would say contrary to that one. And also to that point is you got to remember what Netanyahu wanted from that. Netanyahu wanted a full-scale war with Iran. He wanted U.S. troops into the Middle East, and he wanted a regime change in Iran. That's actually been the plan for the last year and a half that Israel has been working towards, is a regime change in Iran, bringing in Reza and having him implemented inside there. Now, they're hoping that with the United States getting actively involved with the Houthis sending missiles over to the U.S. Navy ships, that Donald Trump would back them up and begin a all-out war on Iran, which wouldn't honestly last very long, but it would be another prolonged 10-year war. That's not what Donald Trump did. Instead, what Donald Trump did is he looked at the problem that Israel was portraying on the global scene, the international scene. Iran's got nukes. Iran's going to be close to developing nukes. So he went out there and took out their research facilities. We actually know that the day prior to the B-2 bombers going into Iran, that the chief of staff of the Army of Pakistan visited Donald Trump. This is the same chief of staff of the Army of Pakistan that visited Donald Trump a day before Netanyahu just last came to Washington, D.C. Now, this is interesting because if you remember what happened after the attack on Iran by the U.S., Iran came out and said that we were notified 24 hours prior to limit casualties, to remove people. That's why those whole areas were desolate. Now, who's the one that tipped them off? Well, maybe Iran's greatest ally, Pakistan. Did Donald Trump give this information to the chief of staff of the Army of Pakistan to deliver to Iran to limit and reduce casualties? Absolutely, he did. But what he did is he annihilated the problem that Israel had and gave them no option to move forth with that 12-day war.
Thank you, Josh. Did that help you, Jesco, or did you have anything more to add to that?
Oh, no. I didn't see it from that angle. I just seen it as, he's been wanting to kill it out since, I don't know, the tweets go way back of him saying Iran can't have a nuke. But, yeah, it definitely cripples Israel wanting to attack Iran anymore. And then it's obviously over. So it all worked out in the end. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jesco. And Josh, can you kind of elaborate a little bit more on how when you're at war, you got to appear weak when you're strong and you can't let interfere with your enemy and kind of go over, you showed a General Flynn, he made a video and you show that and you kind of describe what is happening and then what's to come. Can you maybe go into it a little bit more that maybe people understand why they're thinking he's compromised, why he's a puppet, why is he doing all these things and call him a Zionist and all this kind of stuff. Can you kind of explain to people that whole art of war situation? I get it, but many don't, and they still fall into that narrative that he's compromised.
Well, the number one thing to understand is the enemy. Who are we dealing with here? When we say deep state, or we say the globalish or international criminal cartel, or whatever name that we give, the global elitist, the New World Order, whatever you want to call them, we have to truly understand what we are dealing with here. See, they don't have borders. They don't have a nation. They don't have rules or laws. We're talking about an infiltration globally of governments, of intelligence agencies, of militaries. Not all of them, but parts of them. You don't know who is who. And so when you're dealing with something of that scope and scale, where you don't necessarily know where the evil or the enemy is in the world, you have to be incredibly craftful in how you manage your strategies. And so in the perspective of the art of war is appear weak when really strong. This is what Donald Trump, I think, is done for the last 10 months is, we have a lot of rhetoric coming out in Washington, D.C. We have a lot of fingers being pointed and accusations being made against him from the Epstein files all the way down. And what I want people to understand is that what we're looking at here is a man who has a plan. They are laying the plan out step by step. Why? Because they found a method to take down this global regime. All different factions of it. But it requires certain steps that must be in synchronicity with each other. And so this is how I've been incredibly accurate with kind of our predictions. I said James Comey is going to be the first arrest. Well, he was indicted and arraigned, but definitely was not detained. But either way, why James Comey? Well, there's about 1,001 reasons why we know James Comey was going to be the first arrest. But when we start to look at all of this on the kind of the global scale, think about China. Think about Russia and Ukraine. Think about the Middle East. Think about Venezuela. Then think about Europe. These are the major hotbeds in the world. Now, the deep state has presence in all of these areas. So when you start to implement your plan, the first thing that you have to do is neutralize any tactics or strategies that your enemy can derive. So economics is one of the best ways to do that. And this is what we saw Donald Trump actually do the first 6 months of his presidency, is he utilized tariffs and the renegotiating of trade deals to basically stall China's progress of the Belt Roads Initiative, to basically hammer the central banks of Europe, and to quell much of the resistance that he was getting from other Western nations. Now, this is the other part of that problem that you have to add in there. During the Biden administration, over 23 million illegal immigrants came over our border. Among them were Chinese military-age males, Hezbollah, Unit 910, Houthis, Hamas. You had ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Taliban. I mean, all of the various different generations of radical Islam came over that border. Then you have cartel members and gang members. I mean, what was it today? Kash Patel was saying that over 100,000 gang members are in Chicago. That's ridiculous, right? So when we start to look at this, if you go out there and you just go into the United States and you start arresting the deep state, which have deep ties with these globalist orders. I mean, they're just puppets for the globalist order. What are they going to do? They're going to initiate sleeper cells throughout the country. They're going to activate protests. They're going to bring out Antifa. They're going to bring out radical Islam, terrorist attacks. Well, you can't necessarily do that inside this country because that's going to have mass chaotic effects. That's going to make both sides incredibly vulnerable and weak. So in the sense of what Donald Trump did is he used economics to basically push back China. He used a naval blockade to push back Venezuela. He used economics again, tariffs, to resist the central bankers. He annihilated Iran, which is in control of Hamas and Houthis and Hezbollah to a certain degree. He made negotiations and deals with Qatar and UAE and Saudi Arabia. He armed the shit out of them in the Middle East. You don't think that those groups right there have direct connection to radical Islam and can say, hey, we're not going to do anything. And if you do, we're going to bomb the shit out of you. I mean, this is how this game of risk actually operates. And so the last 6 to 8 months, Donald Trump was setting up the chessboard, setting up the pieces around the world to neutralize any adversarial movement that they brought about prior to making a move in the United States on the deep state. So right now we are in game time. All the pieces around the globe are set. There's only one small little component left, and that's the Insurrection Act, which I've been talking about for the last few weeks. And that seems like that's going to be coming about probably in the next day or so with the Insurrection Act. Now, with all that being said, how does that make Donald Trump look weak? Well, here's the thing is, you have Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, who look like they're controlled by Israel. We have the Tyler Robinson as the sole lone gun shooter coming from the Charlie Kirk assassination, which we all know is absolute garbage and bullshit. We don't know any word from the FBI. There hasn't been updates in weeks, but their official narrative is that Tyler Robinson is a lone shooter that had ties and connections to Antifa and radical Islam or radical communist parties. Then you have Pam Bondi basically saying, and Trump even saying, that the Epstein files were a nothing burger, a Democrat hoax. Now, do I believe that? Absolutely not. But why would they be putting all of that out there to make it appear as if Israel was in control or Israel was in charge? And that's because you're giving your enemy enough rope to hang themselves. Never interfere with your enemy while they're in the process of destroying themselves. Immediately after the Charlie Kirk assassination, I mean immediately after, minutes after he was shot, the first global news organization that posted on it was the Jerusalem Post. Now, is that a coincidence? Maybe. But is it also a coincidence that 30 seconds after Donald Trump post a video talking about Charlie Kirk and that he has passed, that Bibi Netanyahu posts one within 30 seconds? Is it a coincidence that we have Hasbara agents all over X that were propagating a narrative that was the antithesis of kind of what we're all thinking today? that it was a lone gunman, that it was the radical left, that it was the radical left that killed him. Oh, it was Antifa. If you go back and look at all the text, you will see that the majority of these people on X were propagating this narrative within 10 to 15 minutes after Charlie Kirk's assassination happened, when we knew nothing. Now, why is that? Well, that's called controlling the narrative. And when we analyze what happened over the last month and a half or so, it's psychological warfare techniques that are being utilized through social media to try to control the narratives and present various different optics into the official narrative. Right? We want to confuse people. We want people completely oblivious to what the truth actually is. So you'll have all different types of runarounds in the sense of what's going on. And nothing against any of these influencers out there. Number one, I respect Candace, and she might not always be right, but this is a dear friend of Charlie Kirk that is out there looking for the truth and uncovering every stone that she can find. And God bless her for that. But there's other people out there that are either appearing to be grifters or appearing to be just, Hezbollah agents, just trying to throw discord into the whole thing. I mean, how many different scenarios of how Charlie Kirk was shot have you seen? I mean, from drones in the sky to, a van behind him, to pocket phone guns, to flashes in closed windows that don't open. When you start to analyze the Charlie Kirk assassination, the physics don't lie. And I think that that's one thing that all the ballistics experts who have came out and talked about this have said. The physics don't lie. Is you can analyze the physics of it and you can understand various truths and facts about what happened. And a lot of these other things have no relevance whatsoever. They fall off when you start to apply it, the logic of how the physics of Charlie Kirk was shot are applied. So I think a lot of that is meant to draw in the confusion, is meant to add into the psychological warfare. So why am I talking about that? Well, allow your enemy to destroy themselves. What we've seen since Charlie Kirk's assassination is we've seen people come out and show their true colors, show their affiliations. We've seen how the intelligence operation operates on social media and who's funding it and operating it. $7,000 a post, people. Now, why is that important? Because when you're exposing somebody's crimes and corruption or somebody's true agenda or intention, let them do it for the whole world to see, especially when there is the foundation of skepticism already developed. And that's why we're seeing maybe the FBI go along with the lone gun shooter. Maybe Pam Bondi, saying there's nothing within the Epstein files and going along with all of this. Maybe that's why we're seeing them act as pawns for Israel, Netanyahu's regime, because they want to show America that it's not the American people who are in control of their government, but instead foreign nations, foreign intelligence agencies, and financiers. And what better way to do that with a prime example of doing it front and center on the main stage of the world? There's a Q post out there, and it says, you can't tell the people the truth.
This space was downloaded via spacesdown.com. Visit to download your spaces today.
You have to show it to them. And that's what we are witnessing right now. And this is why I think that it appears that Trump is compromised, why the Trump administration looks weak in certain respects, is because they are appearing weak when they're really strong. They are letting the world see. The whole world is watching. And now if you want some comms on this and you understand how the comms work, go watch General Flynn's 3 videos that he put out this week and last week. They are chock full of different comms that you can analyze. And you can begin to see what's actually happening in the world, what's happening behind the scenes. Now, what's happening behind the scenes? Venezuela, I believe, is next up on the list. I think that is going to coincide directly with the Insurrection Act. at around the same time that the Insurrection Act is actually signed into power and the military starts deploying across the United States, the U.S. Navy will begin bombardment of various different military and cartel locations within Venezuela and Central and South America. And there's really good reasoning behind that, because you got to remember, just because we call them cartels and gangs doesn't mean they're not, they don't act very similar to terrorist organizations. If you have 100,000, let's just assume that you have 100,000 gang members that are all affiliated within the streets of Chicago. What happens if they get an activation from Maduro? He pays them all $100,000. Hey, you're activated. They go out in groups of 100, right? So 1,000 groups of 100, all active shooter situations. They secure critical infrastructure. They take over police stations. Local police and National Guard can't defend against that. You have to have the military in place. And you have to strategize how that military is in place. Instantly deployable anywhere in the country within 2 hours. And over the last 10 months, that's exactly what Donald Trump did. 20,000 troops at the southern border. He's got 2,000 troops in Washington, D.C. He's got 1,000 troops in California. He's got National Guard deployed of like 5 different states right now. And next, when the Insurrection Act comes, that's when the next ones come. At the same time, you're going to take out key command and control posts within Venezuela. And Venezuela isn't just a narco state, people. It's what we call an autonomous zone. What I mean by that is that it doesn't have any international affiliations besides the UN. It doesn't have any treaties that it abides by, just partnership deals. In other words, you can go to Venezuela as a globalist and you could create bioweapons research there and nobody would know and nobody would care. We knew this about Ukraine. Ukraine had 72 level 4 biolabs within Ukraine. Not only that, is we know that various organizations were developing nuclear weapons underneath in the old World War II bases underneath Chernobyl and the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. That goes all the way back to Uranium One and how Hillary Clinton allowed the sale of 35% of U.S. uranium directly to Russia for proxy to Iran, but Russia skimmed off the top and started developing in Ukraine. And then the Maidan massacre happened in 2014, and the U.S. deep state took over that whole facility. So there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes, but we have to understand that right now what we are witnessing is the chessboard is set, the stage is set, the tactics are being utilized right now on purpose. That all of we're seeing with perceptional optics by the Trump administration is on purpose. They keep on reiterating peace through strength, peace through strength. I don't know how long it's going to take. I don't know when things are going to kick off. I'm not psychic in that context. But trust me, when this is all over, you'll understand exactly why they did what they did.
Josh, I have a quick question because I think it's interesting.
Hang on, Chris. Hang on just a second. I was just going to call on you. Thank you for sharing that, Josh. I think it's real important that people kind of understand the depth of all of this because it's deeper than what people really can wrap their minds around. Go ahead, Chris.
Yes, thank you. Josh, or anyone, has Venezuela ever attacked America? Outside of the drugs, there's drug rings and gangs almost anywhere. But has
Venezuela ever attacked America? Well, in the context of traditional warfare, Venezuela has never sent a missile through its military over to the United States. But in the context of harming Americans, hurting Americans, killing Americans, yes, absolutely. Have they waged a war on America through the infiltration of drugs and through human trafficking operations? Absolutely.
Well, you can say Canada is waging a war. China is waging a war. Mexico is waging a war.
Yeah, they're all involved in it. Yeah, 100%.
I get this like de facto kind of attack on America through drugs, right? We're buying the drugs. They're pushing the drugs. Cool. But they've never attacked Americans. I understand we don't like the leader.
So let me ask you this. Chris.
Sure.
How many people in the United States of America died of fentanyl overdoses last year?
I have no idea.
About 122,000.
Okay.
Where did the primary where was the primary place of which that fentanyl came into the United States? Because it wasn't manufactured here.
I hear the precursor drugs are made in China. They're shipped primarily to Canada and Mexico.
They're shipped to Venezuela, and they're trafficked from Venezuela by the cartels into Mexico and then over the U.S. border. Yes, some does come over and through Canada. And we have actually seen Donald Trump put his arm out to Canada about all this. Now, with that being said, if you have cartels that are operating the drug trade and the human trafficking trade, and this is a big part of it, a massive human trafficking trade, that are killing over 122,000 Americans each year, how do you defeat that enemy?
Well, you have to...
Stricter laws?
Well, here's the thing. I don't think you can defeat something that you're addicted to or people are addicted to. You have to have some type of rehabilitation. If no one is interested in fentanyl, no one will buy it.
Well, you can defeat the people that are dispersing it to them. That's what you could defeat.
Yeah, well, you.
Hey, Chris, have you ever been to Venezuela? Have you ever been to Venezuela?
Never been to Venezuela.
Okay, so I served 10 years in the United States Navy. My first 3 deployments were counter-narcotic deployments in the South Pacific. All right. I was a member of the Visit Board Search and Seizure team. I went on these vessels with Coast Guard lead-at teams. I've been to Costa Rica. I've been to Panama. I've been up and down the coast of Mexico. I've been to Colombia. I've been to Peru. I've been to Ecuador. Let me tell you a little bit about how these cartels operate. Number one is we picked up about 6 different bodies in the ocean off the coast of Colombia. Missing heads, missing hands, and missing feet. What was that? That was the cartels just getting rid of bodies of people they didn't want around anymore. Let me say that what they do is the majority of the people that are on these fishing vessels that are actually trafficking narcotics and drugs, 3 out of 4 of them are there being coerced. The cartels are holding their family, have brought their children into human trafficking, and are forcing or coercing them to deliver narcotics to a desired location before they'll even talk to them about giving them their family back. You start to go into these countries and understand that these people are prisoners to the cartels. Another name you could actually give a cartel, because all it is an international criminal organization, but it's an army. It is a military. They operate like a military. Let me give you another example here. The cartels, they recruit within the cities and the small towns throughout Peru and Ecuador. And what they do is they go in there and they go house to house and family to family, and it's really shack to shack and tent to tent, and they offer these families money and tell them that they're going to give their children a better life in the United States of America, and that they have a process of getting them over the border. And they pay the family about $250 one time. They take the children, and this is where it gets really, really scary. We found 2 separate barges when I was in the United States Navy out at sea. Let me grab I'm cooking my kids dinner at the same time, so I got to check it out.
You're multitasking. Good daddy.
I am. My chicken's on fire. Hold on. So, there we go. Okay. So, they take the children, they take them to the docks, and they get a fishing boat, and they get a big gray barge about 30 feet by 30 feet. No cover whatsoever, just a gray steel dock and a barge. They put the children on the barge with limited food and water, and then they tow it out a few 100 miles into the ocean and mark that as a waypoint on a GPS system. They upload that GPS system to another fishing boat, probably coming in from Honduras, Costa Rica, or Mexico, and they leave those kids there. Sometimes those kids are there for a week, a few weeks, or even longer. The one that we found that was loaded with about 45 children on it, they had been out there for 2 weeks. One kid was already dead. Majority of them were malnourished, dehydrated, some of them near death. One was a pregnant 10-year-old or 11-year-old. So, when you talk to me about, oh, well, there's ways around, narco-terrorism, I don't think you really truly understand the scope of what we are dealing with here. And that evil in this world that is performing these operations, treating human beings as chattel, little children, as nothing mere than an asset for money, bringing tons of fentanyl and other drugs into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of Americans each year. Damn right we're going to go to war with them. Damn right we're going to use every damn available resource we have in the United States military to fucking decimate them, especially after we've warned them multiple times. Now, if you think that that's too cruel, I don't know what to tell you. But what I will say is that China's next. And any other country that wants to fuck with the United States of America, and it doesn't matter how, any way that harms, hurts, or kills Americans or other human beings, we will go out there and we will kick their ass. And we will use the full force of the United States military if we can legally do it. Now, in the context of Donald Trump's legality behind this, Donald Trump absolutely has 100% legality behind his actions. 2001 AUMF, authorized use of military force, that came out post-September 11th. This is one of the primary doctrines which Donald Trump can utilize to use military force against countries like Venezuela. Now, he hasn't declared war on Venezuela, and he doesn't need to. He's issued an executive order declaring the cartels and the gangs terrorist organizations, international terrorist organizations, which have resulted in the deaths of Americans. Now, you asked, has Venezuela attacked America? Hey, do you remember, I forget their names, but do you remember the various different people that were killed by Tren de Aragua and by other cartels and gangs in the United States over the last 4 years? Yeah, it might have been 3 or 4. But that's a foreign nation sending their people into our country with the intent for chaos and destruction.
Well, we're assuming that the president of Venezuela is directing these people to do this. Another thing is, and look,
dude, President Maduro let out 100,000 convicts, rapists, and murderers out of prison and sent them to the Darien Gap over the Bridge of America, and then they went right up to the American border. You're telling me that he just released 100,000 prisoners because, it's their time to get out, all these prisoners, all these rapists and murderers.
Well, I don't know.
Bro, we have the intel on it.
Let's just assume that you're correct, right? And let's take this a step back and revisit.
So real quick, hang on a second, Chris. Real quick, I have another hand here real quickly, and Josh is on a time frame. So let me get to this hand real quick, and I'll circle back to you if we have some time. So go ahead, Eric. Your mic is unmuted. Sorry, Josh.
Sweet. What's up, Josh?
What's up, man?
By the way, some massive news just broke on Truth at 18:51, Josh, and I want to bring this to your attention, bud, and everyone in the space. I am very pleased to announce that Israel and Hamas have both signed off on the first phase of our peace plan. This means all the hostages will be released very soon, and Israel will withdraw their troops to an agreed upon line as the first steps toward a strong, durable, and everlasting peace. All parties will be treated fairly. This is a great day for the Arab and Muslim world, Israel, and all surrounding nations, and the United States of America. We thank the moderators from Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey who worked with us to make this happen, to make this historical and unprecedented event happen. Blessed are the peacemakers, Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America. I wanted to let you know that, Josh.
That's huge. Go ahead, Josh.
I give it 2 weeks.
2 weeks and what? Boom.
I was going to say the same thing.
Tell us your thoughts, Josh. You little tease.
Yeah, I'm an eternal optimist, and I think that the majority of the hostages will be released, and then immediately after that, we'll probably see everything start back up again. Listen, I'm not pro this or pro that. Hamas is more of a terrorist organization than it is a political group. Okay? Israel knows this, and Israel understands the direct threat from Hamas to Israel. And there absolutely is. I'm not going to argue with that point with anybody. Now, is the force and the methodologies of Israel acceptable to us as Americans? I would say they're incredibly excessive, and their doctrines of war are way different than how we conduct war. But I don't think either side really wants this agreement. I don't think Hamas wants to give up power, and I don't think Israel wants to stop the war. So I give it 2 weeks.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Eric. Did you want to say anything else, Eric, before I go back to Chris? How are you doing on time, Josh?
Yes, I do. By the way,
about 10 minutes.
Okay, he's got 10 minutes. Go ahead, Eric.
All right. But a minute ago, POTUS just posted a
Did we lose you, Eric? Reaper. All right, until we get Eric back. Chris, did you want to say anything else to Josh before Eric comes back?
Yeah, Josh, I really do appreciate your knowledge, and thanks for having me. I think the last thing. Sorry, Eric, go ahead.
Hang on a second, Eric. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay. Well, the last thing I wanted to make was, it seems like we have a lot of poor and disenfranchised people in Venezuela. They're being taken advantage by the gangs. And I would just assume by the narrative that the folks that we did bomb in the ocean that might have been carrying drugs could have been some of these poor people that were persuaded to get $250 to bring drugs into America. I think one of the biggest problems that we have in America, and I think this is what Trump ran on, which is we're trying to bomb our way in and out of situations.
I completely disagree with everything you said, Chris. I'm sorry, I disagree.
That's fine. You can disagree. But I do believe that if we start sending missiles over into Venezuela, more innocent people will die than drug and gang members. So it's just something to keep in mind if we're actually trying
More Americans are dying by the drugs. More Americans are dying by the drugs. And that comes first on our list.
Well, let me comment on this real quick, because Chris does make a good point, that, if we go to war with Venezuela, quote unquote war, there's a potential for innocent people to be killed, right? I don't think that's what you're going to see. The strikes that the United States Navy and that Donald Trump take part in Venezuela and Central America are specifically going to target cartel and various terrorist organizations. Places to look at: Margarita Island, right? Venezuelan military bases. Various cartel locations throughout northern South America and Central America, right? They're going to be very strategic. And what was the prime example that he gave us of that? He struck multiple locations in Iran, and how many people died? Anybody?
Tell us. Go for it, Josh.
I think there was one death, if that. I don't think there was any deaths. In other words, they're very strategic of what they're doing. It's about destroying the infrastructure and removing the threat. So I as well do not condone the loss of innocent life. So, we're not going to be waging war with the entire country and the people of Venezuela. This is going to be a military operation. This is going to be to remove and uproot the Maduro regime, of which, by the way, the majority of the Venezuelan people support and want and have been waiting for a long time.
Thank you, Josh. All right, Eric, can you speak now? Go ahead. Go ahead, Eric. All right, I'm going to go to Jesco, and then Eric, if we have some time, we'll come back to you. Jesco, go ahead.
No, just about what Chris was talking about with the drugs and stuff. He's like, how do you fight an addiction when everybody in the country wants it? And I think Trump's exactly doing that, because I went through the whole heroin and fentanyl thing. But when you make these people become independent, then they don't want to do it anymore, because they find a way. Because the biggest reason that I found that I was in addiction was the fact that you have no purpose in life. But when you find that purpose in life, as in you find, meaning within your family, you build your family structure out, you find somebody to protect and provide for. That does it, and Trump's exactly doing that. And I see it around me. I mean, all of my buddies, including me, they all got off of the shit, and it just escalates from there. That was it.
Thank
God
you,
bless you, brother.
Thank you, Jessica. Okay, Eric, going once, going twice. Go ahead. Your mic is unmuted. Eric. All right, guys. Josh, how you doing? Are you on time?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
You know me, I'm always great. All right, Eric, let's try again. Your hand is up. Go out and come back in. All right, we're going to go to Kai. Kai, go ahead. I've unmuted your mic. Ask Josh your question. Go ahead, Kai.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good. How are you?
Very good. Thank you for letting me in. I just want to say something that it's a point that I see. It's not about blaming the other one on the other one, but something that has happened for a lot of years is that there is nobody persecuted in the USA involving in the drug cartels. Okay, so it's always to the outside. I mean, there has to be people on the border, maybe on politics or the government, and always is an outsider, who is blaming for this. So I think if the war really has to come to a very intelligent, like to gain something about this, they have to be guilty in every side, guys. I mean, it's not logic that nobody ever in the USA soil is convicted of this. You know what I mean? I mean, money laundering and all that stuff that really happens. There are really no persecuted people. So I think that's really another important point to address and to recognize that there are a lot of people on all the countries that are involved. So I think, yeah, that's the take, guys. Did I wrong?
Do you want to respond to that, Josh, or no?
Sure. I don't disagree with him. I mean, I disagree in the context that nobody's being prosecuted. I mean, there's absolutely thousands upon thousands of drug dealers and pimps arrested throughout the United States each year. But you have to understand that they are a smaller piece of a larger infrastructure. When you're talking about fentanyl, when you're talking about, heroin or fentanyl or cocaine or whatever it might be, you got to go directly to the source of this. And yes, China's manufacturing, I think, 82% of all fentanyl that's coming into the United States of America, right? And then when it gets into Mexico, they recut it with various other chemicals so they can make more money off of it when they sell it into the United States or distribute it to the various different node points, right? But are you ever going to get leeway? Are you ever going to make progress if you just continue to take out the henchmen in the cities, the small American gangs in the cities that are distributing cocaine and fentanyl and heroin? You're never going to make any progress. You got to go towards the source of it.
Now, let me just address with something that you say right now. The guy or the people that are selling that, I get it. There are a lot, but they're the bottom. They're like the soldiers. And for the organization that is inside the country because the money stays there. So, if a truck goes in the border with huge amounts or a ship or something, there has to be someone on the inside that knows about this. That maybe they have a decoy somewhere and the real shipment goes another place. It's. For me, really, and this is not against anybody, okay? But I think we have to be really, really sincere with this. It's not about the guys who are selling on the streets because they work for somebody, and this somebody has to be inside because they never go to the other country to give.
So you're agreeing with what I'm saying then?
Yeah, I'm saying that. Yeah, you have to address the root
larger
problem,
issue,
right?
Yep.
But it has to be fair in all the countries, you know. So
trust me, and I wish we could go into China and rid that of their biochemical companies that are producing all the fentanyl, because they're actually commercial companies. And what I would like to see is the Trump administration come out there and sanction these companies internationally with other Western nations, right? That would make the most sense, and hopefully that does come about. But I think what that's coming to is you got to get the level of intelligence. So in order to take that next step, to get the money circuits that operate around the world to take down the connections of how Maduro is operating, you have to get Maduro. And I think that this is why they have a $50 million bounty on his head.
Hey, just one other thing that I want to say, Jason. Just you said something that I thought about something else. Who are the manufacturers of weapons in the world? Okay, I mean Mexico doesn't create weapons. They don't have that. So who is arming all these cartels? You know, I mean, you have to follow also the money where it goes. You know,
well, we know, and China has been very influential in Mexico, arming a lot of the cartels there. As well, is that Venezuela's strongest ally is Iran. Much of the Venezuelan army has trained with the IRGC in Iran. Margarita Island, that I mentioned earlier, was a point of debate in a 2001 congressional testimony that it is the new haven and training center for Hezbollah, Hamas, and Houthis that have been there for well over a decade and been building up masses. And through 2020 to 2025, they distributed into the United States over that border. So it's a breeding ground for radical Islamic terrorists as well as Chinese financial interests.
Well, yeah, they could be. I mean, could be China also, but also USA makes weapons. Also, Israel makes weapons. I mean, maybe they all selling to the whole world to make the wars. You know, I mean, and if you
but we already know that the president of Mexico is compromised. Okay, she is definitely a left puppet.
Well, I think
real quickly, hang on, Kai. Hang on a second, quickly. I've got two other hands I need to get to. Josh is on a time frame here.
Thanks, guys. Just thanks for talking about everything.
Okay, thank you, Kai. Go ahead, Reaper.
What's up, everybody? Make sure you guys are sharing out the space because it is recorded. So if anybody missed it, they can go back and listen. Josh, I find it very interesting that in this roundtable, which, by the way, talk about a mirror effect, and I'm pretty sure you you can pick up what I'm putting down. So with that being said, it came up calling Antifa, and on top of that too, if nobody watched that, please go back and watch it because Trump let out some nuggets, right? Everybody was staying real close knit and on topic until he sat there and was like, so is this the only group you guys are dealing with? Because I would think that there would be more groups, right? And then he opened up that horizon a little bit. Well, Antifa, they all agreed today on that roundtable to label them a foreign terrorist organization. This right here is going to open up that whole plethora, and I think it's going to lead into these pharmaceuticals, these drugs coming into our country, the human trafficking, the mortgage loan fraud, Act Blue, this, that, the third, the whole conglomerate. Because the fact of the matter is Antifa is a tentacle of a much bigger octopus. I think it's going to end up leading to this 764, the Order of Nine Angles, which you can connect them into ISIS. And at that point, you're connecting over into Tren de Aragua and MS-13. And I mean, the list goes on. It's all connected. And I think today was a huge step into basically marking a checkmate. Now it's their move. I agree with you. I'll give it 2 weeks. Honestly, I don't even think I give it that, to be honest with you. So it's going to be interesting. Buckle up.
Thank you, Reaper. Did you want to respond to that at all, Josh?
No, she's right. I haven't listened to the roundtable yet. but I got to do that before my show here in an hour. But yeah, it's the whole idea, and I want people that you can go follow this through the news. But since 2008, federal agents have infiltrated Antifa. Now, is Antifa funded by international global organizations? Well, they weren't in 2018, and the last time I checked with Carlin, they haven't been today. They've taken a lot of money. They're really self-funded through membership dues and these types of things. So what is the Trump administration doing by associating them with foreign terrorist organizations and foreign funding money? Well, that comes into the wider scope of things, that Antifa is being utilized as a mechanism to bring about the legal precedent, to bring about the Insurrection Act in the United States of America that you need in place prior to making mass arrests, going out there and eliminating sleeper cells of Hezbollah inside your cities, because you got to keep the peace to a large degree. So at least that's my thoughts, and I'll have more thoughts on that tonight when I talk about that on my show. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Josh. And Santino, go ahead. You didn't come through, so no, I don't. If I cut you off, I apologize, because I don't cut people off, and I don't like when people cut people off. So, Santino, if you have something to say, because I know Josh has to go ahead and close us out, Santino, with your thoughts. Santino, hello. Okay. All right. Well, Josh, I appreciate you being here. I know you got to go get ready for your show. And as always, great show. And I'll get you back on here, hopefully before, I think you were on here maybe about a month or so ago, but we'll see about getting you on here sooner than that as things can keep transpiring.
I appreciate you guys. And don't forget the follow here on X, and catch the show tonight. I'll be talking about a lot of these topics as well. So appreciate you, Jenny and Santino and everybody out there. Reaper, take care, guys. Q-Soul, good to see you, buddy. And Eric, much love, guys. Take care.
Thank you, Josh. God bless. Thank you, Santino. Thank you, Reaper. And we'll see you guys later. I will have Silk over here on my X Space at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So come and get a good laugh if you want to talk to Silk. We'll be here at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you, everybody. God bless.
All right, Patriots. That's the show for you. I will be back on tomorrow. It's Friday. That's going to be awesome. We'll see if Trump wins that Nobel Peace Prize, and we will see what the news delivers up for us. I enjoyed hanging out with you guys. My head's stuffy. This weather it always happens to me when the weather changes from cold to warm, warm to cold. It's a little cool here. Judge temporarily blocks National Guard deployment in Illinois. They're already there, brother. They're already there. All right. Nighty-night, my friends, and God bless you all. I will see you tomorrow night. Love ya.